Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching live or on the replay. This is Rico and R'Shaun versus the Red Pill Cultists, part two. First things first, I wanted to thank Knowledge and Relationships for having us up here. Been a great crew to work with. Mr. Best, Queen Forever, M3, Mrs. M3. So I wanted to first acknowledge all of you for allowing us this space. Thank you also, Rico, for participating and thinking of the idea, brainstorming with me. So I definitely wanted to acknowledge you as well. Did you have any opening statements, sir?
I just want to also thank everybody for coming out and participating and allowing us to speak our voice to these issues of the community. I did just want to take just a quick moment to say that as last week was our first show, we were learning the ins and outs, and maybe weren't we? I felt like after, because I believe it or not, I watched the replays as well, and I saw some things where, in particular, that I wasn't satisfied or happy with my performance. So I do want to apologize for some of the coarse language that I used, as adjectives last week. Dropped a few too many of the N words and the B words, and I promise going forward that I will do a much better job of collecting myself and trying to get my points across in a much more professional and better manner. But other than that, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to coming, and I hope that we can impart some words and some lessons and some thoughts to get us all thinking.
All right. Also wanted to give a shout out to 100 Watts, who also reminded me of First Lady Tammy. We got a Damo, DJ Eddie King, Miss Petty. So I want to give y'all shout outs. So everybody else on the crew that I failed to acknowledge in the first place. I see YouTube Conversations is in the building as well. Thank you for being here. But first things first, I wanted to tell you that as I've been thinking about these topics, I've been hearing a few more people talk about the same thing. JP, the aspiring matriarch, also just had a stream that just ended not too long ago, and her and Darrell had a little bit of a conversation about some of the red pill things and Kevin Samuel. So, I mean, it is gaining some steam. I think people are getting tired of some of the rhetoric. It's repetitive in nature. So, I mean, I'm glad that we're addressing this. Hopefully, somebody can get some different thought processes about some of the things we're hearing and regurgitate. So, with that being said, shout out to Mr. Best in the World. With that being said, this is question number one, Rico. Out of all the things you've heard from Red Pill, the community, manosphere, however you want to phrase it, what quote, philosophy, acronym, or statistic do you think are accurate and or inaccurate?
Apologies. I got to learn to regulate the mute. Is I mute when I need to mute myself. I don't. When I don't, I do. So let me just say, as far as the quote or the philosophy, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't fully understand the red pill philosophy. I don't understand what their purpose or direction or message that they're trying to promote, other than it just seems to be a lot of anger.
Mm-hmm.
Acronyms I don't pay much attention to because I don't believe that they're rooted in anything like any literature. They're just made up. But some of the statistics that I've heard put out have troubled me quite a bit. Mostly because they create statistics that are unverifiable and can't even be proven. So one in particular that just drives me crazy is this narrative that 80% of divorces are filed by women. And we know that that is a completely bogus, made up, unverifiable stat. And while I do believe, and it's just my belief, that more divorces are filed by women than men, that could be 51% as opposed to 80%. But we know if we're having a conversation and somebody says 51 to 55% of divorces are filed by women, people will just shrug their shoulder because the difference is too small. But if I say 80 or 90% of divorces are filed by women, it lands with an impact that's far greater than probably what is deserved. And the most important thing about that stat to me is, even if it was true, if it was absolutely true that 95% of divorces were filed by women, it's a completely irrelevant stat because that's not the basis of the divorce. That's just who went down to the courthouse and filed. So the stat is given with no context, no structure, no understanding, and the fact that it could be a completely baseless, useless stat. And we know it cannot be verified in any way, shape, or form. So that's one of several that just really get me, but that's one that I can clearly defeat all day long. But you can't get it out of people's head because like COVID, when they put these stats out into the ether, you can't kill it. You just can't kill it. And everybody's regurgitating it chapter and verse. But what do you think?
I wanted to ask you about that. You said it's refutable. You can easily debunk that stat. Why do you believe that the 80% filing for divorce is inaccurate?
I just don't believe it's accurate. So I don't know what it is. That's just the whole point. It's a stat that could be very close to the truth, or it could be wildly different from the truth. Because you and I, as we spoke about, in this country, so the only thing that they use to go as a reference point is names. Okay, if the name is John, it must be a man, and if the name is Mary, it must be a woman. But as you and I discussed, well, you have to take all the ethnic divorces out of it, because we know people from Asian sounding countries and whatever, you can't determine if their name is male or female. It's impossible, because when they use their true name on legal documents, I'm like, on the job, he might be called Tony, but on that divorce filing, he's not called Tony. He's whatever that ethnic name is. And us looking at it, we have no idea what it is. In addition, the prevalence of same-sex marriages and divorces, they get divorced too. So you got male, male, female, female. So the numbers are even far more skewed than it was before. I just believe it's more women that file, but I don't believe it's necessary. I don't know it to be 80%, so it makes it automatically debunkable. And the last part of it is by the same token, what they don't push as the narrative is that while I also believe that the majority of women file for divorce, I believe the majority of men, i.e. through abandonment, adultery, is men. So they leave that part of the context out. The more the women do the filing, but the actual irreparable harm to the marriage, or as it used to be, grounds for it, is usually, I do not believe it's majority women that's stepping out in the marriage. But they don't talk about that at all. So you see how they took something that maybe was against them and they went to a different stat and completely flipped the narrative. And they got away with it.
Definitely. I mean, because I know it's anecdotal. I know they like to use the term anecdotal a lot. I know in my experience, a lot of the women I know who have had failed marriages, failed relationships, there was trouble from both sides. It wasn't like the men were just steady fighting and sticking it out, and then the women were like, you know what, I'm done. I don't like the way you make Kool-Aid. I'm out. It was never, it was never the way they kind of portray it. They portray it like women leave for frivolous reasons. And maybe that's the case because it's American society. We're very individualistic. We are very selfish. That could be true to a high degree. But I know a lot of people I knew that left their husbands. The dudes already left the house. I mean, they were stealing or they were cheating. They weren't a part of the household. So, I mean, eventually they just got tired and filed for whatever reasons, protect their economics. I mean, all sorts of different reasons. I know a philosophy that I really don't like, and it's been bothering me a lot this week. And I'm not sure why it's been so heavy on me this week. I'm just tired of their philosophy of criticizing women openly for two reasons. One, and I'm going to use Kevin Samuels because he's like the Pied Piper red pill. Like he says pressure is built for shoulders, not hips. Okay. So then why would you use your platform to put pressure on hips? Why would you use put that pressure on women? That's one thing. Then he also says, I can't even remember the other thing, but I just know like the talking points ethnic image. He talks about the women's ethnic image, their appearance, how the world sees them. Now, if you're going to talk about their ethnic image and then hold a light up to it, okay, if it's negative and is damaging to our community and to the women, why would you be out there with flags and signs to point everybody to what you think is damaging? So, I mean, it's fine. Okay, there's a drunk on the road. Hey, there's a drunk on the road. Maybe you need some help. Let's put up signs and lights and direct all the traffic and attention to the person that's drunk on the road, not looking good. Like it just seems backwards philosophy for everything you're saying you're trying to do. if you're really trying to help them, the constant criticism, nobody's really gained through constant criticism. Eventually, it just becomes a bully pulpit. And I'm not a fan of men using their voice to attack women that ultimately have always, in some way, no matter what they've said, they've stood by us in actuality. I mean, a lot of what they say, homosexuals, a lot of, broke dudes. I've seen the black women bend over backwards to lift them up or take care of them while they were down and depressed or out of work. I've seen that way too many times. And I know what an anecdotal thing, but I know too many people that know too many people. I mean, for that to be just a random occurrence. So I really don't like that philosophy of just talking down about women continually. If you have a personal grievance, I mean, speak on it, but then move on. I don't have as much sympathy and empathy, and it could be social conditioning. I don't have the same sympathy and empathy for men, for continual airing of grievances. It just it's disgusting to me. It's getting on my nerves.
And speaking along that lines, I would never tell anybody that I've never had issues with a black woman personally.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had a personal relationship with a black woman and she offended me in some way, I might speak to her in that manner. But it never crossed my mind that because my 2 ex-wives were black. I ain't divorced them with no amicable good feelings,
Mm-hmm.
but that's how I felt about them. I didn't ascribe their behavior to black women. I ascribed it to them by their name, and I'm not going to name them, but first Mrs. Young, you were blah, 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 and second Mrs. Young, you were blah, 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 blah. They just both happened to be black. I did not paint that narrative of the behavior that they had to all black women, because I wouldn't have married the second one if I did it based on what the first one did. I just didn't do that. So I won't tell anybody that, all black women are angels, because I'm like, I only married 2 of them. I know the 2 that I married wasn't, but that I can't project that onto all black women. And that's just the part that just seems to be, as you said, overbearing and points after a while.
Absolutely. I want to give a quick shout out to Mrs. Mary, to you in the chat. Also, Red Lipstick Vibes. I had a chance to check out your channel and I enjoyed your content. So I'm looking forward to seeing you grow. Dominique Anthony, glad you're up in here. Chef Shapino, we're already ready for you to come defend your friend, Kevin Samuels. And shout out to also Sophia Sharif. Glad to see you in the chat as well. And Rico, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
With what was it? Kevin Samuels, the Red Pill Talking Points, the Fresh and Fits, the Donovan Sharps,
Mm-hmm.
all of the people that have a lot of criticism for black women. If they have a legitimate beef, like let's say they've been put through the ringer, they've been told, the kid's theirs, and then the child turns 18, it's not theirs suddenly. Let's say they had a messy divorce. Let's say they've been cheated on. Let's say they had all the money stolen. Let's say they have a legitimate grievance.
Mm-hmm.
How long is it okay for a man to keep complaining about it? And do you need a social network group to help you through those feelings? Like, what's the legitimacy of the space that we're in?
I mean, the space, it's just a place to vent. I mean, it's really, like I say, and being a person who's been through some of those things, and I didn't do what I should have did. And it's the one thing I give Kevin credit for, where he said therapy. So I'm like, if you've been cheated on, if you've been this, that, and all these things, then you need to get therapy to figure out why you keep putting yourself in those positions for these things to happen. That's all there is to it. But you can't, it's like, if I steal, it would be like, you steal some money from me and I'm going to go punch M3. It's like, what are you punching me for? I didn't do it. You have to take those hurt feelings, that trauma, whatever, out on the person, because you're not going to heal anyway until, I believe that's what therapy tells you, is you got to try to make peace with the person that did the offense. So you going out here beating up on other black women who did not participate in your trauma is not helping to heal you anyway. So you're taking, it's that, like I said, hurt people hurt people. So somebody hurt you, so you're going to go hurt somebody else rather than getting the healing that's required. Ergo, try to get therapy and try to get healing with the person that hurt you. That's what I see they don't do. And the space would be okay if there were people in those spaces that spoke to that. They speak the exact opposite. They say, oh, go hurt some other women. Well, hell, he don't need the space to do that. People do that anyway. Prison is full of people who do that. Get hurt by somebody and just go hurt some other random individual. So you really don't need the space if that's all you're promoting. Is that, well, if one woman hurt you, go hurt another one. I just don't, or speaking that. I'm not saying they tell you that, but when they say the things they say, and I just mostly like as you and I talked about, like what's the demographic of the age demographic of the red pill community? They seem to be pretty young. And I've heard them actually use the term red pill rage. That's scary. If rage is not a positive thing. That's supposedly, generally, I believe it means lack of control. You're out of control, things of that nature. So why are you even associating yourself with that? And as if that's a positive thing to be raging, oh, well, you got to go through it. It's like, well, that's not, I don't think there's any therapy. Therapists will tell you, look, you have to work on dealing with your rage, keeping it under control, because it's not healthy in society. But this is why we're talking about these guys. This is why, because there are some problematic aspects to it.
With so many women affected by it, like, I know it's an emotional affect, I know it's not like taking money out their pockets immediately or directly. With so many men feeling hurt and, lashing out through, venting, and so many women saying it's like misogynistic or damaging the women or woman bashing, do you think the space can be salvaged, like the red pill space?
That's kind of tough because the leadership, if they had some solid leadership that came into that space to try to turn the ship, maybe. But who are the leaders? Donovan Sharp, really? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's who I think of, fresh and fit. If these are your leaders, it can't be saved. If those are your leaders, I don't know who would, I don't, just give me a level-headed leader in this space. One that's not, because Donovan Sharp talks about beating up women, punching them in the face all the time. Literally, that's his content. I'm not putting words in his mouth. This is the content. So this is what, if he's a leader in the red pill space and then these young cats are listening to that, it can't be saved. I could be wrong, but I don't know them all. And I'm just looking at it on the edges and see the level of, hyperbolic vitriol. Then I'm like, burn the whole damn thing down.
I get you. And that's one of the reasons I separate the red pill and the manosphere. I mean, because you have people out there like knowledge and relationships, textual chatter, before the billions, Uncle Stu. I can't remember Bro Clarence's channel name, right? Let's Talk the Better Black Life. You have a lot of spaces where men talk to men about men issues. And I consider that the manosphere. There's a lot of positive there. The red pill, like you said, the rage. I mean, that's typically like you had a triggering event that sent you into a spiral with women. You have a negative view and you're voicing that opinion in, this little social circle that we have online. And I think that could have been saved, because if there was like you said, a leader, somebody who could redirect the energy, because unattended male energy that's negatively focused, if it's not redirected, it becomes destructive, self-destructive, and into the world as well. I really would have liked to see people step up and try to spout positive rhetoric, redirect the energy. I know on I'll say our counterparts, Jordan Peterson has put a lot of positive content for the undirected men in the world. And I was really hoping somebody would step up, that looked like us and do a similar thing, who had a similar platform, had the same kind of volume of views. I haven't seen that yet. Anybody on our side who gets that, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, they seem to go a certain way with it. But I wanted to jump into the next question. And if you wouldn't mind, M3, please drop the link to anybody that wants to come up. Please join the conversation. Again, it's not to attack anybody. We want to examine the ideas and see where validity lies, if there is any. So, please push back on our thoughts. Give yours, even if it's different. We'd be glad to hear from you. Shout out to April Carter. Saw you step into the chat. So glad to have you here if you're still in. And question number 2. Rico, I know you had an opinion about this one. High value man. Yeah. It's a universal term. Is it a universal term? Or does the value change depending on where you live and your lifestyle? And if it does vary, is it a term we should still use?
I find the term highly subjective. Yeah, I do. I don't think it is a universal term. Uh, I think the term is universal, but it means different things to different people. That's what I think is what is not universal about it and what's subjective. Obviously there are certain areas where money is a very large component of it. There are other spaces where money is and like in some spaces, money might be number one. In other spaces, money might be number 10 because much other characteristics are valued much higher. And people of money can't even ascribe to it. So you could be high value in some places and not everywhere else. And then the way you framed the question, that really made me think a little deeper. And I'm like, well, you know what? That's also very true too, because the six-figure man, but you could be a high value man at 50,000 depending on where you live in the Mississippi Delta. I'm like, in that area, $75,000 is high value in the vast majority of people, where all of a sudden the median income is $30,000 or $25,000. Well, you ain't got to get nowhere near $100,000 to be high value. Just that amount, and the fact that it's a farming community. So a high value man in the city ain't a high value man in a rural farming area, because the values that's needed to sustain as a person of importance is completely different in that space, I believe. So I just think I don't care. That's what's important. I really don't. I think that it is subjective, and I definitely think it needs to be retired. I think
Quick
it needs to be
question.
retired, full stop.
Quick question. I saw Chef put up there red pill leadership. Is there an election? Rico, why do you care about leadership of a group you are
I
not
don't.
part of?
You asked me if it could be saved, and I said only if it had any effective leaders. That's it. I don't. I also told you it needed to be burnt down. I don't care.
Gotcha. But back to number two, my answer to that question is a high value man a universal term. And I think even again, I use Kevin Samuels a lot because, again, to me, he is like one of the more prominent figures in the red pill space. Even though he doesn't claim red pill, but people cling to that theology or philosophy, whatever you want to call it. But his term of high value man, how he uses it, I know he didn't originate the term, so I'm trying to couch all my language here. He didn't originate the term high value man, but it is subjective, and he says that. If he says you're calling in from like Dallas, Miami, LA, Silicon Valley, New York, $100,000 doesn't hit the same. And then if you tack on a wife and 2 kids, 3 kids on top of that, that $100,000 quickly isn't, it doesn't have the same value. Rate of inflation. I mean, so many things impact tax rates. So I mean, so many different things affect the value of that $100,000. High value. I think it's a lazy thought process. I think it really, and like so many people talked about. I think even Kevin Samuels himself has talked about, if your spending habits aren't in line, that $100,000 wouldn't be any different than $30,000 because you spend it as quick as you get it. So I really think high value man is something we cling to. I'm not sure why so many people are stick to that term so much, as opposed to somebody with maybe financial literacy, or something useful. I mean, because somebody can climb up from 40 grand to whatever if they have some financial literacy, financial skills, investment knowledge. There's so much more knowledge in that space than there's somebody who has $100,000 but doesn't know how to spend it wisely. I used to live next door to somebody who they were crying because they couldn't buy their kids jet skis for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you have money, but you're blowing it on toys for the kids that you can only use in warm weather, because we're in Ohio. So I mean, it's not like you can go out jet skiing in January. And they weren't hauling those to Miami, on a whim in the middle of December. So I mean, people with poor financial management skills, that high value really doesn't matter if you can't manage the value. I haven't
And,
seen anybody. Go ahead, Rico.
like I said, there's another thing too that I think people don't think about. There are a lot of high income people that are also high debt people.
Yeah.
So there are some people that are making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, but have extremely high debt, as you said, because if that lifestyle is a very high lifestyle, you could be making $500,000 and have some unbelievable expenses. And he may be paying, he might have went to medical school, doctors with $1 million worth of student loans, and then they're still paying off their student loans by the time their kids go to college. So now they're paying off their student loans of their own, and then trying to pay for their kids to go to college, and then have houses and all these other investments. So a lot of times you look at a person's income, and if you don't take their debt load, you think, oh, well, you make $500,000. It's like, yeah, but their output every year take out more than half of that. So they really are looking at, now they're not 500,000, they're more like 200 or 150. But he may be a partner in a law firm, and 150 for a partner in a law firm, because that's all he's got to really live off, because he has so much debt. He's right back to an average Joe.
Gotcha, Rico. Quick question. Well, not quick question. I wanted to quickly shout out Quantum. Saw you in the building. Salute, young lady. Saw Queen Nita. I saw you also step into the chat. So hello to you. And Ill Doctrine. Saw you over in Jen's chat, I believe, earlier. So shout out to you. Thank you for coming, stopping by. Pop into the StreamYard if you have an opinion or just want to share or push back on what we're saying. Otherwise, we're going to move to question number 3. Boom. With many Black women dating, marrying, and having children with regular earning guys, should we even take the high value male talk seriously?
Quick question. Did we drop the link?
Yeah, it's pinned.
Okay.
Pinned.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that I don't went too long. No, I don't think we should take it seriously, because to be honest with you, even if you took it in the context that we've heard Kevin Samuels say it's in, he said it's for like the top 10%. So I don't even know why we even discussing it anyway. I was like, I don't even know why we're even discussing a topic that, even by his definition, is for only the top 10%. And it's the top 10% according to his definition, not just in income. So a lot of guys would think, oh, I make 100,000, but you forgot you're not 6 feet tall. Okay, you short like me and RShaun. Okay, you don't have a six-pack like us. So it's more than just the money. So you still don't, if you don't fit in all of the categories as they describe, it's still not you. It's still not you. So I really don't even know. I just think it was a catchy term, and because he put it out, and the way he's packaged and everything, and then everybody and I really don't even think I see some of his callers. I'm like, they can't seriously believe they want a high value man. They can't. They just got to be trolling. They just have to be, because they don't need him to tell them that. I mean, just so I don't know. And they again, I always preposition it to, you're qualified to get what you've always gotten in life. So if you're 40 years old, basically whatever income level you've been dating for those 40 years, that's your level. And if it ain't been, $200,000 a year man and whatever he's describing, why are you in the conversation? Because if that was what you were qualified for, you would have run into one of them by now. You never got one, and now all of a sudden you think you can. It's like, oh, I'm in the 3rd grade, I want to get skipped to the 12th grade. Bro, ain't nobody skipping you from 3rd to 12th. You'll be lucky if we'll skip you 1 grade. What are you, Doogie Howser? It just don't happen. So people is like, thinking they're going to get skipped 8 grades in life. I'm like, it doesn't work that way. So we shouldn't take it seriously. I think it's serious in its own stature, in its own way, in its own spaces. But it clearly is not meant for the general population at large. You don't feel like this. The same way there's a high value man, there's a very low value man. We ain't talking about them. We ain't talking about people who make below poverty wages. So we ain't gonna talk about them, and it's more of them, and you got a better chance of getting one of them. But we don't talk about them. So then why are we talking about the high value? It just, to me, it's just.
To be like, I know, it's not. I'm being a little facetious, but but nobody's actually gonna seek a low value person, low value income, or nobody. Very few.
You got a better chance of getting that though.
got a better chance, but I mean, who's seeking it out? So I just want to be, I just want to be real about it. But based on what you said, I mean, don't you think that lends some credibility to the argument? Like, if women are saying, like, I want the top 10% of men, and you're saying, well, you've never had these outcomes in your life, don't you think then somebody? I'm not saying it's Kevin Samuels or Red Pill community. I'm not saying who needs to say it, but doesn't somebody need to say it if that's the activity you're saying?
But my question is that this is a question, and this is a question I want to push back or send back to you. Because I hear what everybody's saying. Well, the women are saying they want the top 10%. You're asking them if they want the top 10%. They're not coming out and so these women are just walking around out the blue and say, I want the top 10%. You're asking them if they want that. If you ask me, do I want the top 10%? Yeah, I want Beyonce. If you don't ask me, I ain't bringing her name up. It just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So that's, it's really, you know what I'm saying? Every last one of those women come in there and say they want a high value man because he propositions them with that. Who's going to say no? But if you don't ask them, I guarantee you most of them will come in and they will be hitting it at that average earner because that's all they ever had. But you ask them if they can have something better than they ever had in their life, who's going to say no?
Yeah.
But they don't really want that. They don't. And I know I've never heard people walking around in the street because nobody knew what a high value man was. So who was walking around in your real life talking about a high value man? They were just talking about, oh, the new mailman, he fine. And it was all on appearance in real life. It was women were going after appearance and he just had to have a job. But now when you say, oh, he's good looking, he got a job, and he making X amount of money, yeah, all of them want that. All of them want that. But in a working class, in a blue collar neighborhood, who they've never seen that all their life, in a factory town, they wasn't looking for no high value man. They didn't know what a high value man was. But he asked them. So once he asked them, of course they're gonna say that's what they want. So I don't think, the narrative that 80% are looking for the top 20%. I think hypergamy is real.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if 80% of the women even know who the top 20% are. They would have to know who the top 20% is, and most of them aren't that literate to know what the top 20% is.
Don't run in no circles. No, I definitely get that, and I saw there was a little bit of a edification in the chat. Chef put in, and so Ill Doctrine repeated it. Joshua Sigaphus is where that high value male came from. I guess it had something to do with being a pickup artist, and they were dealing with in the casual sex scene, clubs and bars and things of that nature. And it became, I guess, a strategy for, I think Chef put it in something about like make male empowerment, so to speak. And Ill Doctrine talks about it's a strategy for marriage. Oh, it's being sold as a strategy for marriage. So I mean, it seems out of place in that framework. So pickup artists as a marriage dating advice does seem a little off, but definitely wanted to bring that up. Do you think with so many men not having fathers in the home, male role models in the community, do you think the pickup artist or the male empowerment, whatever way you want to frame it, do you think there's a space for that and a need for that in the Black community with the men, especially if we don't have the modeling? Do we need the teaching?
You mean as far as from pickup artists?
Even if you like I don't want to couch it in pickup artists. Like you can learn from a fool. So even pickup artists probably have some useful psychological tricks, even if it's to build up your own self-confidence or the ability to communicate. So I mean, even that probably has useful tools, even if you don't contextualize it in a negative framework. So like, do you think like those psychological tools to build up your confidence and communicate clear, do you think Black men need that?
But yeah, because I mean, let's face it, pickup artists are basically, like I said, they're very confident men. They're great speakers, great public speakers. They can teach. I mean, I learned from pickup artists not having a father in the house, but that's just, how to talk to girls. You growing up, going through puberty, you done went from pulling the little girl's hair and the girls doing the cheer and you running by, hitting them on their bottom and laughing and giggling like a little girl yourself, and you really don't know what to do next. and basically, watching and it might have been an older teenager, and he might have learned from an older man. So if you're 12, 14, you might be watching a 17-year-old who learned from somebody that was 25, and they be like, yeah, this is how you talk to the girls, and they the pickup artists and how to talk to girls is just always passed down generationally. And if you don't have a father in the house, you're going to learn it from friends, people in the street, so on and so forth. Not and like I said, I think they said somewhere, I heard on a panel somewhere, and they somebody was saying some of the philosophy came out of from ice. I heard Omar Wali Africa say on a panel somewhere about, I think ice even that the high value man term, or no, simping came from Iceberg Slim. And I didn't know that. I was like, oh, really? But it was like, yeah, but that meant, what they call simping now meant something totally different. It just meant to be a gentleman, and it wasn't like simpleton. It was just a simple, kind guy. So that's why you see a lot of these terms have been taken from other places and refashioned to mean whatever they want it to mean, whether it's valid or not. And, how do you push back on some just made up nonsense sometimes?
Definitely. So I saw Darrell Long pop up in the building. So salute to you, my guy. Also saw Mr. Prenup himself, Mr. Record. So, we're going to change RP from Red Pill to Request Prenup in honor of Mr. Record. We got a question from Chef Shapino. What do you say to those when calling in telling Kevin Samuels that they could never, ever respect or be loyal to a man that earns your wage? Who are you defending? Are they defending you, big bro?
First of all, they're not defending me because they're not offending me, because I don't pay any attention to people like that. It's just nonsensical argument and stupid thing. And I can't take an individual. That's not like, I don't see women calling in day after day after day after day after day preaching that narrative. I don't see them with a platform. I don't see them with a show. A random caller calling in and saying something stupid. That's like, I got people being upset at Cynthia G about what she said. She has a platform. But a random caller coming in saying something stupid, how you going to take up the flag and go battle that? That could be one woman. People call, and God knows nobody's defending the dudes in this very community we talk about that says some vile, stuff. So, and what we're speaking to is, we're not even speaking to the individuals. We're speaking to the platforms and the YouTubers who have the voice. That's what we're speaking to. We're not speaking to, I don't hold the Pookie or the Ray that they talk about out there to be, oh, you can smack a woman in the mouth. Ain't nobody thinking about that fool, because he ain't gonna smack nobody because he's scared their father or their brother gonna bash his head, and he's just talking nonsense. But you do have men who talk recklessly like that. We know we do. And just want to have kids. So I don't waste, and I don't think any women should be wasting their time with a fool. So I don't waste my time with a woman that calls in being a fool. If she's got a platform, if she's got a following, then that's something that needs to be spoke up against. But I think even most of I can see the trolls that call in the KSOs. And if other people can't see the trolls for being trolls, then that's just on them. I see the women who call and will say the most outlandish thing to trigger him. And sometimes he get triggered. A lot of times he get triggered by it. But I'm like, he should know that's what they're doing. They're just trolls. So I'm not defending them, and they ain't defending me. They just trolls. Trolls don't defend anybody.
I do agree with you, because I know something we talked about a while back, and I heard repeated again. I think it was by Darrell when he was talking to JP earlier. The women that call in are not representative, and somebody put it in the chat. They're not representative of the population, not just because it's a smaller sample size of available women, but I think also the type of woman that's going to call in to do battle on an online platform that's visible. I think that's a certain personality type. So, I mean, the people that are a little bit more assertive, that have a, combative spirit already, are going to want to come up there. Or it's the people that, little people pleasers want to come up there and dote on him a little bit. I love you and I appreciate you. So, I mean, you don't have a wide range of sample size as far as personality types and education types. I mean, there is a certain set of type of like a typecast. Like it's almost, there's no way to get that level of consistency in the callers unless they're like weeding them out in some way. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. It's impossible, especially for the people that say they listen to the show and they'll fall into the same argumentative traps. I'm like, come on. So I mean, there's got to be a certain person that, you know, like the Dunning-Kruger effect. They think they're smarter than they are, so they call in and think I'm going to beat him on his own show. You know, I'm going to do it. But nah, I think a certain segment of the population is the one that's falling for that trick, and it makes a good show. I'm not gonna lie. First few times you watch it, it's entertaining. But man, after a while, boy, he is beating that horse. Ooh, that horse is dead.
And that is what it is. Is that that's why I always say, what are the next 10 shows going to be like? The last 10 shows. Because to be honest with you, the same type of callers call in, and it's almost like it's on script. Okay, here it goes. This is where they say something. This is where you overtalk me. This is where
you can't make this up.
Go there, and it just boom, 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 boom. Like, here we go again. So it's tiring, and there's no way. I refuse to accept. And so I can't believe people who generally believe that they are the representation of the majority of Black women. I don't know all Black women, but I can tell you, they, in my 57 years on earth, they no way represent a majority of them at all. They represent a segment any more than, you know, if we're going to say that that's all Black women, but as men, we're not going to say that gangbangers represent all Black men. And we know, or rappers and their behavior, we don't accept that as the majority of Black men. So why do we accept that representation as the majority of Black women? And we know that gangbangers and the rapper and all that mess is a representation of our population, but they are not the majority. I will fight that day and night, and most Black men will too. So why is it so quick for us to ascribe the worst about Black women because of there are women that twerk, there are women that do exactly what they do on Kevin Samuel's show, but I do not believe that that's more than 50% of Black women. I believe most Black women got some darn sense and conduct themselves in a decent and respectful way. Is that population out there that just don't give a damn? Absolutely. It's not the majority of them. So they got to knock it off. And that's all I'm pushing back against. Same way I won't let people say that the majority of representation of Black men are rappers and gangbangers, because I know that's maybe 10% of Black men. Mm-hmm. I know it's maybe, yeah, it's 10%. It's still too damn many, but what do? Y'all ignoring all the solid Black guys into science, into sports, into art, into entertainment, into volunteer, into politics, into all this other stuff you guys are ignoring. But you see, this 10%, the gangbangers and the rappers are always on TV. So that's the narrative that the media push. But as Black men, you know that's not the majority of us. So don't let that be the representation of Black women.
Definitely want to shout out Billy R'Shaun. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong, for being in the chat. Thank you for being here tonight. They said high school programs tend to base their value on girls for social status. It's a scam, though, because we need to teach men that girls should be avoided. All right. And then Mr. Rucker says, Rico, you're wrong. If those women had some sense, they would be married.
He wants to be in the wheel. He's still begging to be in the wheel. I keep telling him he ain't.
Real quick, my answer to question number 3. I don't think we should take the high value male talk too seriously. I mean, we shouldn't care about it. If somebody's talking about it, we shouldn't care. Because like you said, it's a small percentage of men that are there. And we see evidence that most people are marrying average earners, you know, above average, slightly below, you know. So I don't think we should take it too seriously. Let's get ready to move to question number 4. Rico, Kevin Samuels. I know I got to get off Kevin Samuels, but his talking points seem to reverberate through the community. Says the term cooperative. A lot of men, you know, synonymously say submissive. Should the man first be the type to gain cooperation or submission, or is it on the woman to come with cooperation and submission?
Well, me personally, I think the only and there's no pushback. I just don't understand. I don't understand the space where they say like women should be submissive to all men, which I've heard that. I've heard it couched in that way, and I was like, I don't quite get or understand that, Because my belief is I do think women should be cooperative with any man that they're choosing to partner with. Because if you're gonna partner with that man, you must be cooperative. You must be, plain and simple, full stop. I'll tell any woman, if you're gonna partner, now, do I think that you need to be cooperative to every man? No. But the man that you choose to partner with in life for whatever reason, you got to be cooperative with people that you work with. As far as the submission, I don't, ascribe to that on either end. I subscribe to the thought process of selflessness, because I think people that are selfless, they're submissive by nature. They're submissive in the fact that, their selflessness is in service of others. You care about others more. Not that you don't care about yourself. Being selfless doesn't mean I don't care about myself. It just means I care about others. And and that's a very important thing to me. And I look for that because I'm a selfless person. I've always been selfless my whole life. That's a trait that I picked up from my mother, being poor. My mother was a single mother with 5 kids, poor, and went and adopted a child. And it's like, are you kidding me? But that's just where her heart was. And, that it's just something that was sort of ingrained in me and my family and so forth like that. So the whole submissive thing, I don't really get into that. I don't know why men are so hung up on it. If the woman is being cooperative, I'm like, what more do you want? Is there a real difference between the words cooperative and submissive? And I think they need to come to a place. They need to come to a place mutually. I don't think it's one before the other. I just think that, if you're going to partner with someone, if he wants that woman to be that, he should have went out and picked someone like that. Why would you pick someone that's the opposite of that and then think you're going to beat it into him? It ain't going to happen that way. If she's not already submissive or cooperative, the problem lies with you. You didn't pick what you wanted. If you wanted it and you needed that, that's what you should have selected. If you don't select that, like for me, that's, submissiveness is not a big thing for me. I do look for selflessness, but I don't look for, I got to be in charge. Boom, boom, boom. To me, it's just, it's kind of like, if you have to, I look at that as like, and I'll just couch it this way because I know it'll be a hit dog. I'm not weak enough that I have to demand submissiveness. I have enough strength and willpower and authority in myself that I can deal with people that can at times be uncooperative and still come out on top. Because if you have to have submissiveness, then you're not built for any spirited times in life. Because you have to have submissiveness. So what are you gonna do when there's an uproar in the palace?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Where all of a sudden, in Kings, they had to put down, uproars and rebels. Like, then you got to be built for that. Everybody ain't gonna always be submissive. They just ain't.
Real quick, I think we might have somebody getting ready to come up. I saw a superstar backstage. I don't know if they're coming to the main stage or not. I saw a superstar behind the curtain. You coming up? Yeah.
You called me out. You know what I'm saying? You called me out. I'm just trying to mod in the back. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to mod in the back and chill like, superstar I am. You know what I mean? I'm trying to let y'all rock. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to enjoy the shit on.
Here come the confetti.
The Lakers and all that. Chilling my blanket. You know what I mean? In my nice little home, Silicon Valley. You know what I mean? I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I'm chilling right now. I'm watching the Lakers on the big screen. I'm chilling. What's going on? Yeah, man. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna get to my point. I ain't even want to even do my introduction because that's talking about something real, and I really respect it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Usually I'll do my whole thing, but M3 in here, it's just gonna be right me doing my introduction. You know what I'm saying? Ah, man. I lied. Rico. RShaun. M3 in the back.
You know I gotta do that for you.
Yeah, Hey, listen. For me, right? For me, I mean, I gotta be the one leading the relationship. She gotta be submissive. You know what I mean? I like a submissive woman. That's just me. To each of their own. You know what I mean? I don't knock anybody that does something that works for them. You know what I mean? Especially if you understand that it works for you. And, Rico, you have a clear understanding of what works for you, and you're fine with that. And that's what it takes. Now, if you didn't have a clear understanding, and you were sitting up here looking like you were scared of your wife and all that, then that'd be a whole different discussion. But you ain't scared of shit, so so we ain't even got to have that conversation. You just like what you like, and that's what it is. So I think for certain men, they like what they like, and people just gotta let it be. You can't make everybody you, and not everybody's gonna like what you like, and you're not gonna like what everybody else is like, and that's just where it goes. But excuse me, y'all. I need somebody to be submissive, and I need to lead. That's where I stand on it. So yeah.
All right. Appreciate you coming in and dropping that. You got anything else for us?
And
Now, I'm
what
in
do
the
you
back
got on
chilling.
the
I'm in
other
the back
question?
chilling. I'm chilling in the back. I'm chilling in the back.
No. What? Ask about what do you got on the other questions, RShaun? What was the? Because I wanted to hear
Yeah,
your thoughts
is
on
there like a like one of the statistics or a quote or something that you've heard from the red pill space? Do you think any of it is there something that resonates with you as accurate, or that just sounds totally fraudulent? Is there something that stands out in your mind like, oh man, that's whack, or something like, man, I actually like appreciate and agree with that? Is there anything like that?
I think the all women got to be a size 4 bullshit is just crazy to me, man. I don't want no goddamn thing that's a size 4. It's like she a size 4 with where's her body at? Like what? Who? Like is that what is that? Like a little girl? Like size 4? You want that little boy or girl? Like she ain't even developed yet. She a damn size 4? The hell? Like nah, man. She gotta have some meat on her bones, man. She gotta be a woman. She gotta be a full figure woman. Gotta be able to see some curves, Coca-Cola bottle, if not more. I mean, the more the better for me. And yeah, that size 4 shit is crazy to me. That one, and the other one is if she's over 35, she's finished. Like, nah, like that ain't true. You know what I mean? Janet Jackson walk in most of any room, she'll probably pull most of all of them dudes who saying all that bullshit anyway. Or Halle Berry, so I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. So yeah, I mean those are high extremes, but still, if that's what the theory says, then I'm gonna give you the baddest one that's over 35, and we'll see what you say. And most of that I feel like most of that just insecure men anyway. That's really saying that. So yeah.
Got you. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming in. I know I called you out from the back and you wasn't intending to come up, but I appreciate you stepping up to
I'm
the,
always ready, baby. I'm always ready. I'm always here for you. I'm gonna slide back to the back though. Later,
All
y'all.
right, man. Appreciate you, bro. Real quick, I had a clarifying I wanted to go over with you real quick, Rico. But number 4, because I had a warm discussion with a woman friend of mine about cooperative and submissive. Can't talk all of a sudden. I have an issue trying to figure out exactly what they mean. I know I've heard a multitude of people talk on it. They always like, even in the chat right now, they're having a disagreement on exactly what the term means, how it, what aspect of it is prominent. Like, does it mean inferiority? Is it subjugation, or is it, respectful cooperation? I know when I hear it, my mind immediately thinks challenge, not combat. You know what I'm saying? Because within a relationship, myself, I want a challenge. I want you to push back on my ideas and thoughts. I mean, because iron sharpens iron, and I would expect I'm going to be dealing with somebody with a head on their shoulders. I would want that to be the aspect of the dynamic of the relationship, a challenge. I wouldn't want combat. Nobody want. Well, some people do. I couldn't understand combat, but challenge. I wouldn't want submission where there's no challenge.
Well, but see, remember we had the conversation earlier, RShaun, and I said the reason why I think a lot of people do have a problem with the term submission is, because the root word is submit. To submit is to almost to have been dominated. We use submit in MMA. You use submit in wrestling. That term. Even men don't like the term submission. They don't. They just don't. And then I said, and I don't know why they're hung up and don't understand, because I told you also we've changed a lot of terms throughout history. And I look at how it applied with men. I said we used to call people on the job bosses. We don't call them bosses anymore. Now we call them managers, supervisors, leaders, because the term itself is taken away from this dominance and submissive. So, and when I think of the term submissive, it's more like, okay, I follow. I mean, I lead. You follow. You know, you don't question anything, and that's where, you know. So women, I get where it started with. Remember with the marriage vows, that the first they would get hooked up on the word obey in the traditional marriage vow, to honor and obey. They ain't had a problem with honor. That whole obey thing, submission, obey, they're pretty much synonymous. Like, they'd be like, I ain't no slave. They would couch it in all this terminology because that was the feeling they got out of it. And it is a feeling. But I also understand that, well, men have those same feelings too, because ain't too many men will be willing to accept those terms mentally either.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to be intellectually honest, it's like, well, yeah, women would probably feel the same way about the term that I would. So it does to me. It just, I don't know. I don't necessarily look at it in that term, but I'm like, if I look up the definition, I could see where maybe some people would take exception to. Now, cooperative, I look at that as being like, okay, you can be cooperative and be considered on the same level. That's just a term of, teammate coming together. Mm-hmm. We got to carry this over the hill. I can't do it by myself. I need you to help me, RShaun. I need your ass to cooperate so we can get it up over the hill. If I say submissive, I'm going to tell your ass to carry it up over the hill. I ain't got to help you. So I think that's where, mentally the space, I guess that's where they get the space from in their head about not liking it. So,
So quick question, because I know a lot of times the word submission and obey, a lot of times that comes from old times, old ways. A submission in the Bible has a specific connotation, and obey. So, I mean, women were second-class citizens for a large degree of human history. And in America, I mean, what was it, mid-1800s, where they got the right to vote and things like that? And that wasn't, of course, black women. That was just, mainstream women, white women. Black women got it with us in 1965 with the Voting Rights Act. So women have felt, and even still today, there's a debatable pushback on the wage gap, but they're still not dollar for dollar where men are in either white or black. So if that's the case, don't they have a legitimate reason to not want to hear the word submission?
I mean, I think they do. I mean, I don't see why men are hung. I don't even know why men are hung up on it. I'm like, if they're doing what you want them to do, why do you care about them carrying a term that they don't feel comfortable carrying? If she's being a thing, why does she have to be called a thing? Because it seems to be, I don't hear, now if I hear women saying that they don't want to be a thing, that's different. But if you're being a thing, I'm like, okay, you don't want to be called a submissive. Okay, you want to be called a duck. Okay, I'm gonna call your ass a duck. Why do I care? Why is all like? Remember I told you like with the gender war, I said gender differences. It's like, why are we warring over things that just doesn't? Because is the issue of saying she's submissive, or is the issue of her being submissive and submissive to you? Because even if I wanted a submissive wife, I don't want her ass to be submissive to nobody else. So when I hear in the community where they say, oh, you should smile at everybody, I don't want my wife smiling at everybody. She better not be fucking smiling at everybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't want her smiling at everybody. I don't want her treating everybody the same. It's not, not if, as they say, I'm giving her covering. No, she ain't got to be nothing to nobody but me.
Right.
So they actually will put it out that, and they'll even say black women where they don't smile at everybody. And they're like, well, I don't feel like, well, why can't you smile at them? The men built the world. And I'm like, they don't owe you a smile. A smile is not obligated. Knock it off.
So quick question.
It'd be nicer if they did it, but what are you beating them up for about it?
I get that. On that submission, last thing I'm gonna say on that submission thing, I mean, in this aspect of it, if women say they don't want to hear it or they don't like it, and you're assuming to partner with these very same women, do you think it makes sense? Logical sense. These men say men are logical, women are emotional. Does it make any logical sense to keep using the term that triggers the very same women you think you're going to mate with?
Hell no. That's what I said. They said is I don't see why they're more upset about a term. You know, why they're insistent for a term rather than them being. First of all, you should be looking for a woman that's being submissive in nature. That's what you should be looking for. And no matter what she's called, it shouldn't matter. Because you got what you're looking for. Because if she's willing to be called a submissive and act like a dominant, then what are you gonna do, right? She a submissive that's punching you in the face every day. I'm a submissive. You know, I'm like, dude, what kind of submissive you got? Your submissive is beating you up every day. That's crazy.
I do got to comment on one thing. I'm sorry, I had to jump back in. I do want my, and thank you for letting me jump back into it. I do want my, the woman that I am with to be friendly to everybody, because I don't want no situations popping off. And then two, also I just love a woman who has a friendly temperament, even when I'm too much. As men, let's be honest, as men, we have times where we just prideful assholes. I mean, that's just what happens as men. We have those prideful asshole moments. We don't want to be we don't want nobody talking to us. Leave me alone. Get the fuck out my face. You know what I mean? Every man has that moment or has those moments. We really try not to, though. We really try not to. But sometimes, as a man, you just got so much shit going on. You just don't want nobody messing with you. Like, you just want to be left alone. Like, just leave me alone. You know what I mean? So, but you understand that. Yeah, all right. Let me chill out, man. Let me not be so. Let me not let the lion out the cage all the time. Let me chill. So that's when you need that woman to bring that softness, because in my situation, like especially when holidays come or celebrations come, oh my gosh, it's like living with like a little kid almost, like just so happy, and can we do this, and oh, can they say hello, and it's just, I'm like, they're calling all the family, and I'm like, God damn, I don't even want to speak to half these mother, like, you know what I mean? But it's like, I'm like, all right, I understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me be cool, let me be nice. I'm being an asshole right now. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes I do like that, even when it comes to strangers. Like, oh, you see them, look at that person in the corner, they look sad. I just asked them how they were doing. I'm like, why are you speaking to this person? They don't even know you. But it's like, that's part of women's temperament to be friendly. So it is. I ain't going front. It is cool to kind of see that, and it does smoothen a man out a little bit. It smooth me out a lot, because I used to just be like, man, whatever, bump the world.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Best.
Yes, sir. I'm
Because
here.
I know you said that you wanted your woman to be friendly, and I mean, when I said that, I don't want her to smile at everybody. I just meant overly friendly. You know the difference.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to be flirtatious friendly. Hell no.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, because some women are like that. Then like it could go the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, okay, you always
a woman who like that, she playing the game on both sides. You know what I mean? Yeah,
but
big time.
But let me ask you this: you don't place any expectation or any demand on your woman that she has to be friendly to others. It's up to her.
Not necessarily that I place an expectation or demand.
You expect her to be. I expect my wife to be decent to other people and treat people the way she wants to be treated.
Exactly.
That's it. But that's different from saying you gotta be extra nice to every man just because he's a man. I'm like, hell no.
Nah, it's just. No, I just want the woman I'm with just to treat people with respect and love, man. That's it.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And that's
all that extra stuff, and calling everybody honey and all of the stuff that these
the
women
reason
be
why
doing sometimes.
Is because in the space I've been hearing this narrative like all women are obligated to just like be super sweet to all men. And I was like, nah, that's just, if she ain't feeling like being super sweet if she don't feel like smiling at every man, she shouldn't have to smile at every man. Y'all are actually beating women up because they're not. And I do think, like, sweetheart, you will get more assistance if you smile. But maybe she's just in a space where I don't want no damn assistance. Like you said, I just want to be left alone. They put that as a knock in particular on black women. Oh, they never smile. Maybe that sister ain't got a reason to smile today.
Exactly. And y'all talking real crazy in the comments too. That link just dropped. Shout out to everybody in the comments. Shout out to Chef. 3 Doctors talking real crazy. K Marion, y'all going back and forth. I see it. Marcus Rogers, what's going on? Red Lipstick Vibes. Chef, what's going on, Chef? See you, Chef. Nah, I mean, everybody, come through, man. Come through. Oh yeah, real talk with Mimsy. Hey, Mimsy, what's going on? Uncut with Daryl Long. What's up, bro? You know what I mean? I'm gonna slide back down because I know the stampede about to come through. So let me get up out of here.
All right, Mr. Best with the bars real quick. All right, so real quick, just a recap, man. I side with the women on this. Like, if they don't want to hear the word, if it's a trigger word, I don't understand why you would want to bother the people you say you want to mate with. It doesn't make sense to me. So submit the talking point. I would just be looking for respect. But people are people. They like to, troll a little bit or dominate. An emotional domination. I don't think that's really going to be healthy for a relationship. So, I'm not a big fan of the word submit. Cooperative is better. I just prefer respect. Did you have any last talking points on 4 before we move on to the chat? They are really going in over submission.
Yeah, that seemed pretty much to sum everything up pretty good.
Yeah, Chef gonna have to submit in the chat. Number 5, Rico. Hold up, disappeared. There we go. If men want to lead and ask for that cooperation and submission, should they pay 100% of family costs? Lead with that. What?
If they are insisting that they must have that submission, I say yes, they must pay 100%. The old adage, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. That's an old saying from the South, and that was just a short way they said you got to pay the cost to be the boss, and the king has all the gold. So if you're not doing that, nobody's gonna submit to you. You could be in a household with a bunch of dudes. If you paying all the bills, you can make them submit to you. But if you're not doing that, no. Now, I don't necessarily believe a man should have to pay 100% unless he wants to. Now, I pay 100% of the bills in my household because I can. So my wife pays nothing, but I'm comfortable with doing that because, as I told you before, as I even tell my son, I said, you always need to be responsible for 100% of your household bills because you could have a woman living with you, and if she walk out and leave tomorrow, you can't pay half your rent. You still got to pay it all. I said, now you should be, if she wants to pitch in, you should want to be with somebody that's going to break her neck to try to pitch in, to be trying to fight you to give you money. That's great. That's what you want. But you need to let it be clear, I'm good with you or without you. I ain't going to skip a beat. I'm not going to skip a beat. Ain't no lights getting cut off. I'm not going hungry. Internet ain't getting cut off because I was doing it before you. And you keep living under those conditions. So then in a space like that, if you take another person on, you can afford to pay 100% if that's what you want. But if you go into it with that 50-50, if you go straight in like you hear a lot of guys, half. I don't know. If I told my kids they had to pay half the rent, they bucking. You know what I'm saying? They're like, what the hell? You telling me what time to come in for and I'm paying rent?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So you're not going. So when you want to do this 50-50, knock it off. Knock it off. I'm leading. Leading what? It's crazy. Now, but if you're paying 100%, I think you got a leg to stand on to want to be in that position, because then you're also stating and making it clear that if I don't get what I want, then I can move on my own.
Yeah.
But if you needy on me, it's like, I'm going to be like, where you going? You know what I'm saying? You ain't going nowhere because you need my half. You just as dependent on me as I'm on you. So if you show a level of dependence, How you gonna be running around talking about submit to me when I'm just as dependent on you as you are on me? So to me, that's just my headspace. I don't necessarily believe that young men should pay 100% unless you just making that bread like that, and if you just don't care and it just doesn't matter to you. And I also tell my son, be in a space where you can pay everything with or without it, because woman can up and leave the day of tomorrow, and guess what? You still got it. You don't get a discount on your rent or your electric or anything else that. You still got to be, so, or she may lose her job or someone may end up in the hospital. So both parties should be able to pay 100% of everything. And that in the perfect world,
That's
both
security.
parties, so I agree with that. Hey, Marion, in the perfect world, both parties would be able to carry 100% of the bills. And that the biggest reason why we don't see more of that is because people don't live within their means. So if you have two well-to-do off parties, all of a sudden, this one want a brand new Cadillac every year. I see people pay their car off and run out and get another one. I'm like, you just ain't happy unless you got a car note. And they want, this the starter house. Well, what's wrong with the starter house? It ain't but the two of y'all. You got a 3-bedroom. Oh, I need a bigger house. And so that's where people get into those problems. Is people generally try to live well above their means. Which is what makes all the financial problems come in the first place. If you could stay within your means, you could stay below a certain level. Either party would be able to support the household 100%. It would be gravy. But most people don't stay there.
Real quick, Rico, I wanted to acknowledge OG Patrice. I'm glad you are here. Appreciate you, OG. And I wanted to speak back to Marcus Rodriguez. Glad to have you in the chat. You've been very active. I saw you say submission from a woman is a sign of strength and cooperative and peaceful. Now, I'm not talking about the act of submission and cooperation, Marcus. I'm talking about the talking point. I don't think if you have to constantly tell somebody to submit and cooperate, you're the type of person that's ever going to get it. Because if you have to convince somebody, you're really not capable of earning that just from your actions. I mean, in my opinion. And I also think the talking point is a little silly because men submit the same way. Like, because a woman is, like you said, she gets on your program or whatever word you want to use. She follows your suit. But you're also submitting your protection and your provision. Whatever you have to offer, you're submitting that into the relationship too. So it's silly to think that only the woman is submitting. There's always a reciprocity in relationships. So always throwing the word submit at women when you're submitting too, like you're going to lay your life down on the line for her and the children she creates for you. That's a form of submission too. You're deferring your life for them. So like, that's why I say as a talking point, it's silly because in a relationship, you should be submitting to each other and the family. So that's my point with that, Marcus. But I do understand your point. I just think as a talking point, it's like redundant. You should be living it, not speaking it. All right, real quick. We want to move on to number 6. I think I answered number 5. Oh, no, I didn't. Should they pay 100%? I mean, if you really want to talk that big boy talk, you're going to submit to me, you're going to get on my program. Yeah, pay all the bills. But, I really don't care. Whatever two people do in their household, in their relationship, if they can be honest and communicate, if the woman wants to pay 100%, the man wants to pay 100%. If the man is submissive to the woman because she's dominant, I really don't care. It's their relationship, and there's no right or wrong way. The gender roles don't matter. Who washes the dishes and cuts the grass? It doesn't matter as long as you two are cohesive, and can cooperate with each other and can get the tasks done and can raise healthy children. Man, it really doesn't matter who does what. Just get it done. Quit talking so much. Anyway, number 6. Is there anything wrong with women prioritizing financial security and men prioritizing beauty and booty?
It seemed like a silly question when I first saw it, but to be honest with you, when I thought about it, I was like, nah, there's nothing wrong with it. It just, in my mind, it really isn't. I just figured each individual chooses their priority based on their needs and their wants, but neither is a universal priority, and it varies from person to person. So it's. I mean, come on, it's obviously, I think the vast majority of men are not picked for their looks. No matter what most men think, I'm like, dude, just like there's 10% of high value, there's 10% of us that's really a looker. The rest of us, are just as plain as the day is long. Now, your mama might have told you were so handsome, and that's about it. So when that girl tell you handsome, she was looking at your checkbook. Okay, so for reality, that's why we work so hard for the bag, because we know in reality ain't nobody beating most of us down for our looks. And even your physical prowess and all that, they don't. You be like, well, I can fight, but the woman gonna be like, I don't need you to fight every day. I hope I don't. I hope I don't need you to fight every day. So if you're not good looking, that fighting is only whenever it comes in handy. But them finances, I can work with that every day. That's an everyday need. Fighting is just at random, sporadically. I may not never need you to fight, but I need those finances every day.
Mm-hmm.
And for men, because finances is a big thing that we have to do, obviously that's why we don't care about money, because we've already had to make it a priority in our lives. We've had to make it a priority in our lives. So if that's the one area for the most part where most men feel like I've had to be sufficient in, then what else do I need after finances? Because I've taken care of that. And we're visual creatures anyway. So it's going to always, number one, going to be the look, oftentimes to our detriment. Because picking the mate primarily solely on looks in the booty, like most of us do, we can't get past that to get a little further down into depth. Most guys will talk and say, "Oh yeah, I did all this," and no, most of us get sucked in there. That's why we meet them in the clubs, and we meet them at visual events and visual places. We don't meet them in places of the mind. We meet them at the places of the eye. So that's I think it's perfectly appropriate for either side to choose what they want to prioritize. I think every man doesn't prioritize beauty and booty. I think most do, but I think there are a lot that don't, that will say, okay, that's not number one. And I don't think every woman prioritizes money first. Some women do prioritize character and values first. Things like that. I would say like this, like as a man, of course, it was always the booty and the beauty first until I ended up being a single parent. Then I actually started prioritizing single mothers. I actually put them over first because I was like, I don't care how good the woman looked, if and she could like me if she didn't have kids, and I was coming in with 2 small kids. I was like, that's just ain't gonna work. So things change. So I don't want to say it and state that that this is a universal priority scale for all men and all women, because it's not. And it's really, it's not. Both of those values are pretty superficial. One is money, shallow and superficial. Money and looks. They're both shallow and superficial. Neither one of them is really any depth. Because even like they say beauty fades, well, money can be lost. So neither one of them is a forever characteristic or a forever trait that will last you from the cradle to the grave, which is good value, good characters, good morals. Those are things that's supposed to never leave. Money can come up and down, and we know beauty fades.
Now, I definitely agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with people prioritizing whatever it is that they value. I don't see anything wrong with it, as long as you're willing to accept the ramifications of your choices. I mean, if I want to prioritize a woman that can cook broccoli the way I like it, and that's my top priority, to my detriment, I may get that outcome, but I have to be able to accept that outcome. So if I'm going to have those kind of value systems, I have to be able to accept and not complain. To be fair, when I get the inevitable results of that shoddy value system. So, if that's what you want to value, something that's like temporary, that's on you, but you're going to get those temporary outcomes and you're not going to understand what to do. I did want to acknowledge John Harden. Thank you for stopping in and being here. I don't know why we're so stuck on this talking point. That's why I wanted to ask about it, because it's so strange that we hang so much conversation on this word submission, and if women don't like it and we want to be with women, I don't understand using it so much. It doesn't make sense. I want to be with you, Dawn. You don't like me saying submit, and I'm telling you, you need to submit to me. That seems antagonistic, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get me what I want. So I don't understand why men use it. I think it's silly. I think as Black people, we might have a secondary trigger with it because of being a dominated people, so to speak. I really think there might be something else in there with that. And, that feeling of powerlessness makes us want to make someone submit to us because we haven't done that. I think there's a power dynamic thing, an inferiority complex. I think some of that's at play, but I'm not a psychologist. It's just a feeling I have. Rico, did you have any thoughts on that?
You know what, RShaun? And one way I think of it too, and I'll just first of all, on the question number 6, I was just looking at it, and I don't know why Fresh and Fit popped in my head, because I was just like, it's almost synonymous with them because they're fake rich, and all they have is a bunch of thoughts, the IG looking bobbleheads on the show. So I was like, that's just like, so it's like it's characteristic that it's all throughout, the culture with finances for women and and looks for men. But when I was thinking about this submissiveness, when you were talking about it again, what popped in my head was the saying I tell you where I heard, and I thought it was pretty profound, where someone said that in particular, Black men are the white men of Black people. And I'm like, based on what Dawn just put and what you say, it's like, is that why they're hung up on this submissiveness? It's like they want to be, where they said, like, the white men, they have that dominant culture in the world, and pretty much everybody submit to white men globally, whether they want to say it or not. And they don't want to admit it, but I'm like, we all know globally the world submits to white men. And it's like maybe Black men are envious of that level of power. So it's like, okay, where's the one space where we can make somebody submit? And I was like, I don't know, something to be thinking about. I'm not putting it on us because I don't care about it. So I know it ain't all of us. And I know a lot of guys whose wives don't submit to them and they don't demand. And they just, hey, look, as long as I walk in the house and what I want is done and she got my back and we good, I know a lot. And as they get older, you ain't going to care about that. You ain't going to be, when you 55 and 60 years old, I got other shit to worry about. I'm too tired to worry about something like that. That's just not important anymore. Maybe, I think it's also a 25-year-old thing. You got that energy to be beating your chest like King Kong all day. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, we're about halfway through the questions. Nobody's popping up, so I just want to abuse my moderator privileges real quick. He's gone. Oh, he's gone. I just want to abuse those privileges. Wait, one more time. Okay, you're gone. All right. Question number 7. I just wanted to pick with him real quick. He's probably not even paying attention. Number 7. What happened?
I see what you did.
Call me. Number 7. Wait. Victor Freeze. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Did you say that Black men are the white men of Black people? No, seriously. Go ahead, Rico. Address that.
Yes. I said that was a saying that was said. Okay. That Black men want to be the white man of Black people. And the way that the speaker explained it, it resonated and had a ring of truth to it. So yes, I first took it the same way you took it, Victor. But then the way it was explained, it was like, yeah, they may have a point there. And I'm not the only person that heard that. Several other people have heard that as well. So I'm sorry if you haven't heard it. And but maybe we can get together one day and chop it up, and I can explain it to you the way it was explained to me and the way I heard it. And it may not strike you as wild. It landed on me the same way the first time I heard it, like, what? And then later on, I was like, oh, okay, there's a ring of truth to what they're saying.
All right, Rico, we have a guest on the panel. It's Queen Forever.
Queen.
What's up?
Thank you for coming, sister.
You had to come give y'all some love.
We giving it back.
Thank
That's
you. Thank
right.
you.
That's right. All day, every day. That's all we do. That's what we do in these streets, yo.
Yeah. Knowledge and relationships run deep. Have any thoughts on the topic so far? I mean, because I'm glad a black woman came up, so I appreciate you coming up. I wanted to ask a quick question because
Go
for
ahead.
me, I don't see the point of black men, using the word submission, submit, submit. If black women are bothered by it, even if it's just like it makes me, I don't like the way it lands on me. If that's all it is, I just don't like the way it lands on me. It makes sense to me to let's stop using that because we can use better words. We can be more articulate than just hanging on that one word. How does that
Well,
word land on you? And what do you think about black men using it as much as they do in the online space?
it doesn't bother me. I think it only bothers you when you have an issue with it. So if you got an issue with any kind of person, you taking a back seat, you're gonna have an issue with it no matter what it said. And I think we have to get out of the habit of sugarcoating the story to appease your conscience when you don't want to hear the narrative anyway. So if you don't like to submit, you don't like to have someone in leadership over you, it doesn't matter what you say. You could call it the flowers are aligned and they still gonna have an issue with it because of the content of what it means.
Can I
So
ask you a question, Queen? Do
yes.
you hear the term submission in real life?
Well,
See, it's a good question. And the reason why I'm saying is I think people are doing the dynamic in real life, but because the term isn't thrown out, it's less of a problem because the woman don't have to hear it. I don't think they have a problem being it. They just don't like the term because it just feels a little dominating. And it goes back to what RShaun is saying.
well,
It's like if they're telling you they have a problem with the word, why do you insist on using the word if she's being it? It seemed like
well,
you're
that's
picking
the
a fight for no
problem.
reason.
No, 9 times out of 10, you have a problem with the word because you're not being it. So the word is brought up because of the fact that that's not. It's kind of like if my dinner is whack, it's not the fact that I'm not cooking. You gonna keep saying you can't cook,
right? But that's why I just
cooking.
said I don't hear the submission in
Well,
real
I
life.
don't hear it unless it's brought up in a topic. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like, or in the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
You know what
Sure.
you follow. That's
Yeah.
that's the only time it's brought up. But it's brought up in the YouTube streets because I think I don't know much about the manosphere and the red pill, blue pill, green. I don't know nothing about that. I ain't into pills. I'm good. So I don't really pay attention to that. But I think it's just a heated topic point because of the feminist movement and the IGs and the thoughts and so everybody wants to come up and men and women topics are very they're very controversial, which means it's good for business. It's good to catch people in. So I think it's just that banter back and forth. That's why it's brought up so much, even with accountability. Like we like talking about that. We like talking about, women don't hold women accountable, and men don't hold men accountable. So it's kind of like those dead horses. I feel like that keeps coming up because people like the controversial, how it stirs people up.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think people are using the term for me, I think inappropriately and certainly against the wrong people? So like you brought up the IG models. I'm like, why is somebody trying to make an IG model submissive in the first place? This is a woman who takes her clothes off for a living. She's clearly not submissive in any way, shape, or form.
Because she has a price.
Yeah, but I think it's a problem when you're trying to make someone be something what they are naturally not. Like you find submissive women. They're not beaten into it. They're either born that way, brought up that way. trained that way. I don't think it's a man's place to make a woman submissive. I believe she's raised submissive or submissive by nature.
Yeah.
I can't, if you're not a submissive woman, queen, I can fuss, complain. All I'm going to do is get on your damn nerves. You're not submissive. And it's like, knock it off. So that's the beating of the dead horse that I see in these spaces where these guys are demanding submission from people who are not inherently submissive. That's like trying to make a submissive person a dominant.
Well,
They're
I
not
think,
dominant. They're
well, I
not
don't
going to
think
be dominant.
when people pick the person, 9 times out of 10, that's not, everybody wants to have the hope that they have some superhero power where they can change somebody. So I think that's the problem too. When you go into a situation, like my mother always said, believe a person who show you who they are, not who they tell you who they are, because your actions will eventually outshine your words. Right. So I can tell you all day I'm a submissive or I'm this, I'm that. But if my actions keep showing you that's not me, you got to believe it. And a lot of times people think that they can change people. That's why people stay in abusive relationships or stay with people that they're not necessarily aligned with because of, and then a lot of times people are in relationships for business, literally a business transaction. You're my ATM and I'm your card and you swipe me all the time. You know what I mean? Like that's the mindset. Like I don't necessarily care for you. I'm not attracted to you. I don't really care how you move, but you look good on paper. You going somewhere with your life. So, I think that's the problem too, is that, and then you got the high value man who necessarily got a good job but couldn't pay a chick to look at him. Now he's high value because he got bags, and that's what chicks are with. How many times have you seen somebody walking down the street and you like, how the hell did he get her or she get him? And it's 9 times out of 10 is because of what they can give that person. So yeah. So I think there's just so much into relationships these days, and I'm like, you gotta want more out of life, like than to be with someone because of the number of zeros behind their name. Like it's nothing wrong with having something or being financially well off, but like I've always said, like I wanted someone who would accept me at what I thought was my worth to enjoy me with what I thought was my best. Like I wanted that person to climb the ladder with me versus me trying to catch you or you trying to catch me. Like we're climbing this ladder together. It's enough room for both of us to climb step by step together. So,
but
go ahead, Rico.
Doesn't that seem a little ironic? Because I know generally we as men always say women are always thinking they can change a man. We usually paint women with that brush. See, that's what's wrong. Women always think you can change a man. You can't change a man. And I generally believe that to be true. I know it's not true. I don't know. That's one of the stupid tropes that I never challenged, and I don't know why I haven't. But it's just ain't nobody pushed back on it, so I follow it like an idiot. But in this instance, it seems like that's what men are trying to do. They're trying to change women to be submissive, and they never said they was, because they say, "Oh, I'm a traditional man, and I need a submissive traditional woman." I'm like, well, did you pick one? Or you looking to turn the one you picked? Because as you said in the earlier question, RShaun, you picked for beauty and booty, and the beauty and booty didn't say submissive. Because there's a lot of independent women with beauty and booty, and a lot of dominant women with that. So you picked the wrong beauty and booty. Because see, that's the problem, I think, as men. That's what we shop for. And as I told RShaun earlier, we generally don't look beyond that and oh man, she fine, she got a fat behind, and this, that, and everything else. And now you got a home, you done invested, and you couldn't find out that she talked back all the time. Well, she was talking back in the beginning, but you didn't care in that honeymoon period, and now you trying to figure out how you gonna beat her in the shape. You ain't.
But a lot of times people don't show you who they are in the beginning. It's called the honeymoon phase for a reason.
Or they do, and you just don't want to see it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm talking about with men having the beauty, and they got the beauty booty goggles on. They can't see nothing but that.
Everybody, it's all about, to me, it's all about clout and appearances. Everybody wants that perfect looking person, or that this or that, and knowing that that person is not half as what you thought it was going to be, and now it's coming at a price. Now you roll over and you look at the person next to you, and you don't like what you see, but you've built up this facade for so long that you just either you get out of it or you stay in it unhappy. And that's it comes with a price. Like it's kind of like racist kids aren't just born, they're made. They're taught. So Beauty and the Beast, you taught this person to be a beast.
Quick question, Queen.
What's
Now,
up?
I see a question in the chat. I'm like, because 100 Watts and I both agree that we keep saying submission for the women, but I see a relationship, there's a submission on the man's part too. It's not one-sided. Relationships don't tend to work 100% on one side, the other person never giving back. Do you see there being submission from the man when you come into a relationship and marriage?
Well, I don't think it's a 50-50. It's two becoming one. So it's you have to give and take. You have to consider that person. You have to think about how that person is going to respond. You have to change how you move. You adapt and you adjust. Two becoming one. So yes, I think it's a two-way street. But I think when you have when you think of submission as far as what biblically what it means is that the husband leads. And so I think that's the difference. It's not so much as that the mate is just, it's only one giving one. No, that's not true. But when you think of it as far as biblically and traditionally, the man is the head of his household. So that's why it's brought up so much, is because a lot of times men aren't respected to lead in their household. So I think they, you got the ones caveman mentality who beat on their chest and scream it because they can't find someone who's willing to allow them to lead them.
And real quick, Queen, because I see they're still pushing back on this, and I think I see where the division is.
Go ahead, push. I'm ready.
I see where the division is with the people in the chat, not with you, because I agree with you.
I know.
But like I see them saying, like, did like the staff sergeant have to submit to you? There's a difference between submitting your will and submitting your life. If a man is willing to die for his woman and his children, that's a submission. You're submitting your life. There's no greater gift than like laying your life on the dying for a friend or whatever that. I don't remember the quote. But you know what I'm saying? If you're dying, if you're willing to die for another individual to save their life, there is no greater act of submission than giving the one thing you value above everything else to protect someone else's life. There is no greater act of submission. So I don't understand why people saying men don't submit. There is no greater act of selflessness than sacrificing and submitting your life for someone else. I mean, you want women to like submit their will. That's what you're saying. Cooperate, submit your will to me. I get it. But greater than submitting your will is submitting your life, in my opinion. So I think there's a duality, and people are stuck in one. They're not thinking. That's why I want to have these conversations, because we can broaden our thinking to not see women as the sole operator that needs to submit. Because when you bring a woman into your provision and your protection, that's an act of submission too. because you're turning over your provision and your protection. That's a submission. You're giving that up willfully. You're deferring that to another entity. So I really think we need to quit thinking submission runs one way, because relationships don't run one way.
Hey, RShaun, can I just speak one comment to the chat? And I just want to tell Shah that he's correct in one way, but there is a definition of submission that is done by force. So you can't say that you don't force someone to submit, because you do. Now, I'm not sure in what context you mean, but there is context where you do force submission.
Yeah, and so he mentioned it right there, will. So we are sometimes having two different conversations. Some people take submission in totality, but some people are selecting out will. A woman submits her will to the man, and I don't even think that's fully true. A woman's going to have her own will, but she'll like defer to the leader if he's a leader. But I don't even subscribe to the one way thinking on that. If a woman is a better leader, as a woman is better in finances, I can't remember whose broadcast I was just listening to. And the woman said, I'm so much better in finances. So he submitted to that. She handles the finances. I don't know why we're so like, oh, relationship is one way. I lay down the law and she follows the law. I mean, it feels like people that have not been in relationships, have never made a household run. The man is not completely 100% on everything. She's going to be strong suited in something, and you're going to have to submit to her in some way. Maybe it's the child rearing. I'm going to submit my children to you. You're submitting something. Please don't think you're not deferring in some capacity. I really don't want us to get that twisted so much.
Well, I think men may have a hard time with the wording, because submission has been beaten down our throat that it's a woman submitting to a man for his leadership. So I think when you put ego at state, a lot of times you're going to get the pushback, because you can become narrow-minded and think of it just one way versus seeing the whole concept of it. We submit every day. I drive in a car. I submit to the road lights. I submit to my boss. I submit to my work hours. We submit every day. And it's not by choice. I have no choice. I can't run a red light, or I'm going to get a ticket. Or I can, but there's consequences. I can't curse my boss out, or I'm going to get fired. Like, there's consequences. So submission is something we do every day. So.
RShaun, let me speak out to Marion and knowledge and relationships. It is considered abuse if it's a male-female relationship, but force in a male-male relationship will yield submission, and that won't be considered abuse.
All right, I want to welcome.
I want to make sure that even in the chat when we're having the conversation, that that we're not couching everything is set in stone. Because I say if a male is by force to a female, that's abuse. Male to male, that's not abuse, and someone's going to submit. Countries submit to others in war. It's called a surrender. That's a form of submission.
Gotcha.
We do it all day, every day.
All right, 100 watts. I want to welcome you to the main stage. What it do?
What's happening? What it is? How we doing, beautiful people?
Great, Airman. Great. They're calling you out by rank now, right?
He definitely pulled my card.
What you got on the topic, Watts?
So the question I pose, do men have to submit it as well, right? I think we do all of this talking about men having balance and all of these different kinds of things. I just don't see how there's balance in a man to say I require my woman to submit, but I don't submit to her. I don't see the balance in that. Right. And we talk about, men having all these qualities that apply to work, that apply to how you treat your children, that apply to how you treat other people out in public. But for some reason, people start writing these different rules when it comes to a man and his wife. So we have all of these things that are in place for every aspect of a man's life, but that one place. So I'm the type of person I like to keep energy the same across the board. You feel me? And that's just one of those things I think keeping the energy across the board.
And I want to touch on that real quick. 'Cause I see Chef pushing back, and he's right. The English language, the way we use it, like definitions are typically drawn based on usage. Over time, the definition will change based on how we use the words. So we're actually using the word differently depending on who's talking. Like one person in the chat's talking about submitting their will. Another person talking about total submission. Like I submit everything. And I think what I'm seeing are people using the word submit to talk about leverage. I have leverage over you, so I like have a form of control. And other people are talking about as like chain of command. You'll defer to me as the leader. Like I'm playing a role. So I mean, I think we have a couple of different versions of submission running through this chat, which is why we can't come to an agreement on it.
RShaun, can I jump in for a second? Because I want to go back to Chef. Chef, when you speak of coercion, coercion is the pressure applied to get a result. Submission is the result. So again, they're two separate things. Coercion is the pressure that's applied to get a desired result. Submission is the result. That's what the other party does. They submit to end it. So
I definitely wanted to, while we can, go ahead and move on to number 7 because I thought this was a little bit of a fun question. You know, in the red pillosphere, you know, they say women should compete and get fit, you know, to pursue average earning men because, you know, high value men, there's only 10% of them. So you need to still get fit for the average men. So then should men get financially fit to be competitive for the, you know, the women that they want? So should it be both ways? Should it cut both ways? Go ahead, start. Let's start with Queen, then Watts, and then come back to Rico.
I think to me, doing anything to get someone else is not doing it for self purposes. If ulterior motives, everything I do it for my well-being first, and whoever benefits from it is secondary. It shouldn't be I'm doing it to get this person because that means that they didn't deserve me anyway. Because if I have the potential to be this, then if you didn't see beyond that while you're with me or whatever else, then you don't deserve me when I'm there, if that makes sense. So I think people should do better for themselves and those who are going to come in their lives afterwards, but to do it for someone, you know, can lead to a lot of dangerous roads because just because you did it for that person, that doesn't mean that person's going to appreciate it. So no, yeah, I think you should do it for yourself first and the benefit of those who will come into your life as a result.
All right, real quick before Watts goes, let's welcome to the stage Victor Freeze Music. What up, player?
welcome,
what's going on,
Mr.
fellas?
Freeze.
What's up?
Can y'all
We're
hear
gonna
me
get
all
you
right?
in on this question real
Yes,
quick,
sir.
and then I know you
And
came up.
excuse me, there's a flower here too, Victor.
Hey, how you doing, Queen? How you
Pow,
feeling?
pow,
I'm just
pow.
messing with you. I'm just messing with
Pow, pow, pow.
We're gonna
Hey.
reorganize. Watts is gonna go
Hey,
first.
starting early, huh? Starting early.
Yeah, you know it.
That's right.
Watch you go ahead, and
Much
we're gonna
love,
go to
Queen.
Victor Freeze before Rico goes.
Let me see. Hold on. I just want to read it one more time before I answer. If women should get well, I think it's an understanding. Like I say all the time, like advertising to your market. If you know the kind of woman that you're looking for, and you know what they want, the same way for a woman. If you have a certain type of man that you're looking for, and you know what it is that he wants, like you have to do what it is that's required in order for you to be able to be able to get into that market. You know what I'm saying? If I'm selling Mercedes Benzes, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to be in a neighborhood where everybody's credit score is 550 and below. You know what I'm saying? I need to be marketing to the people that have the credits to buy that car. You know, so it's the same thing with a relationship. If you're looking for a high value man or woman, you have to make sure you fit the requirements to be able to fit into that space.
What's up? That's what's up. Go ahead, Vic Freeze. What you got on this question or the question before? Because I know you probably popped up on the last question.
So look, I'm gonna answer this question first, right? So if you say it's basically what Watts said, he covered it pretty well. It's the market. If you live in Atlanta, the leverage is with the men. It's like 17-1. And that was a long time ago. So who knows what it is now? So when it's like watching the Flavor of Love. Do those girls really want Flavor Flav, or do they want to win? So, it just depends on what you're looking for. And if you're in a market and you're in a market where the competition is higher, the burden of proof is on the woman in Atlanta, but maybe in Arkansas it's on the man. So it just depends on the market that you're in. But I think I don't think either side would be done any injustice by trying to meet those standards. So if a woman was striving to be more physically fit and better herself, whether she was striving for a high value man and ended up with an average man, and vice versa, if the average man was striving for this top 10 woman and getting himself together for that and fell short and landed a average woman, fell short based on his own criteria, then I think he would still be better off for it. And I think that's something everybody should strive for. Their ultimate goal, not to pursue a specific person.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Real quick, I just wanted to shout out Queen Dom in the chat and What Now 23G. Just wanted to thank you both for being here. Did you have another point you wanted to speak on, Vic? Because I know we was going back.
Sure did.
I knew it. Let's go. Let's go.
What is you talking?
Yes,
what are you doing, man?
What are you talking about?
What are you doing? The black. Nah, we gotta talk about this now.
That's a real statement.
The black man is the white man of black. What?
No. The statement was, and this is a real statement that's been permeated out there in the streets for a while. And the statement was that black men want to be the white man of the black community, meaning they want the same level.
I missed that one.
I'm trying to tell you.
Go ahead. You want to let me explain, or you want to just jump in? Because I'm telling you, there's a ring of truth to what they were saying.
Now, I like you to finish. That was Watts who was more surprised because he hadn't heard your statement. You can continue.
Oh, okay. You never heard that either, Watts?
You're the first person I've ever heard say that.
Okay, no, but it's no. These are not my words. These are words of another speaker, and I got to find out who the speaker was. And it was a program I watched, and I said it had a ring of truth to it when they explained what they were saying. They wasn't saying that black men wanted to be white men. They were saying that black men wanted the position of authority that white men have in the world. Knowing they're not going to have it over the rest of the world, they try to insert that authority within the black community. So white men, it's clear, not only are we in a patriarchy, we're in a white supremacist patriarchy throughout the globe. That's just, you guys want to argue that white men don't run the world? You want to argue that?
Nope.
So we agree with that, right?
That specific point, you got that one.
You can have that point.
So that's what I'm saying. If you think from that point, what they were arguing was that level of authority is what black men wish to have over the black community, because that's sort of like the one space they feel like they can lord over. So they didn't say that you had it. They didn't say that you wanted to be white men. You wanted that position of authority in that same way. So, like, in other words, it's been argued that white men are, they're the leaders of the globe, of the world, but they're not the best leaders. They're just fucked up. They're screwed up, but they just positioned themselves not to be challenged. They're not the best leaders, but they run the world because can't nobody knock them off the top of the mountain, period.
That's because they've been bullies in America for the last 700 years.
Right. And nobody's arguing that. They say that it's unfair. So what they were saying is the mentality, black men are trying to adopt that same mentality, whether they're the best, whether they should be the top of every. I'm just telling you a
I hear
position
you.
that someone
I hear
said.
you. I understand
Didn't
I
come from
understand the
me. I
position.
understood it.
I understand the position.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably the most terrible comparison I ever heard. But in this case,
Mm-hmm.
what we're actually speaking about is not based in color. This
I
is
didn't say it
about
was.
man and woman dynamics versus traditional and modern. It ain't got nothing to do with color. And I think every man deserves, if he is keep in mind, I'm not saying male, I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
man.
Okay.
Every man that is the leader of his household, meaning he's providing, he has created the ecosystem that the people inside of it live in and live
Mm-hmm.
under.
Mm-hmm.
His word should go unchallenged if no one else's does. Not because he's right, but because he's daddy. And guess
So
what?
why should
You know
it?
what daddy
So
get
why?
to do? You know what the hang on 1 minute.
Okay.
Now you may disagree with presidents or bosses, and they have the right to come back to you later and say, you know what, you were right about that. You know what, I was wrong about that. But at that moment, you must concede because their position demands it. And people who haven't lived in a monarchy or a dictatorship or anything that even resembles anything outside of American values of make yourself happy, pursue your happiness. I think that's where the divide is because we're not used to that structure in this generation. We've gotten so far from it that it looks foreign. But if we're claiming that we want this nuclear family to happen, two people can't drive the car at the same time. It doesn't mean
Okay.
the other person isn't a qualified driver. You just have to decide who is best and most equipped to run this situation right now.
Okay. So can I say something? Okay.
Please.
The only thing I would push back on the word unchallenged because even presidents and kings are challenged. They have the final say, but they are challenged. So you can't say not to be challenged. You just, I don't care about you being a man. You can get challenged. You should have the final say. I agree with that 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that if you're the man. And if a man is in a space where he does not have that, then did he not choose the wrong teammates? I mean, you can't
Now,
pick
you made a fair
pick your
point
woman.
about choosing that person
Huh?
correctly. You
So
have to
what?
choose your personnel.
Right.
If you
Right.
want
So
to, if
you
you want
agree
to run
with
the
that.
San Antonio, if you want to run the San Antonio Spurs
Mhm.
or the New England Patriots, you
Mhm.
have to have people who are willing and humble enough to
Right.
submit. Their ego isn't so big to submit to a system that can be
Right.
operated like that. You
But
understand
if
what I'm
you
saying? So you make
but
a
if you go
very
pick,
valid point about picking your
but if you
personnel.
go pick that firecracker, then
Mm-hmm.
it ain't the firecracker's fault. You picked them.
That's correct.
Okay. So I agree with it. But I do, even when you pick the right, because even like you said, even on the New England Patriots, people question Bill Belichick and they question what was the head coach. But they had the final say. So I agree with you there. That is 100% right. That's the way it should go. And again, like I said, it's not a color thing. I think I think somebody brought it up, the color issue, which was why I just brought up that analysis. So I wasn't conflating it with anything about it was a black or a white thing because and then the very one other point you said was, like you said, everybody can drive, and you said something about that. But then sometimes being the leader or being the final say, if you know that you're not best suited for something, do you insist on doing it just because you're the leader? Or are you going to be a leader that's smart enough to say, you know what? I just ain't this good at this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the lady because you know what? She's going to make a better decision. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the wisdom of being a leader. Like I know for me in
No,
my household, my wife run the finances. Why? I'm fucking horrible with money. I'm only good at making money. I am trash with managing money. I ain't had nothing saved until I got married. I just because I'm terrible with money my whole life. I'm an earner, but I'm not a saver. I don't manage wisely anything. I don't have no, and not
Think
only
about
does
this.
this wife manage it, the previous ones manage it. I'm terrible with money. I don't fight that. That would be just stupid on me. You know, my family, my mom and all that, you know, thank God bless her, she's not here. But my family asked me for money, I just give it to them. My wife
Quick question,
now,
huh?
she checked that shit. Mm-hmm.
If your wife now, do y'all
Yeah.
ever go on road trips? Who
Yeah.
drives? Who drives? You or her?
We split it. I hate driving.
See that?
I
That's
hate
the
driving.
bullshit. See?
I just do. I'm just
Now,
well, I mean,
now,
I
now, now,
Ain't no one way.
I don't do I drive all the time. I don't.
here's
I'll
the
drive,
point.
she'll
Here's the
drive.
point I'm making. Right?
I understand your point,
Okay.
what you're getting at, though. Go ahead.
Hold on, I got you. So check it out. While I'm driving, it is not only helpful but necessary that she hold the map. You understand? She say, "Hey, it's a left right there," but I'm the one pulling the wheel.
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't take any input whatsoever. And guess what? If my eyes get a little heavy, I know she's qualified to take my place, and I'll take hers. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure she's ready if I fall. What a lot of people say, oh, well, you know, you get a woman where she can't do nothing. Who said get your woman where she can't do nothing and she's unqualified to make a way on her own should something happen to you? That ain't what nobody said. That ain't part of submission. It's not all one thing. But submission means, you know what? Our goal is gonna be ran through you. When they say, hey, we're gonna run the ball through Anthony Davis. It's not saying LeBron ain't better. It's saying this works better in this system because we have determined that this is the most productive and effective way to go. Now, if you say, hey, my woman's more qualified than me to drive, they just call you blue pill or lazy. You know what I'm saying? They're not synonymous, but they could be either or.
But why?
You see what I'm saying? There's some men, like you say, if you pick the firecracker because you like firecrackers, don't get mad if you get your hand blown off, but that's what you choose. And if that's what you like, I ain't got nothing to say about what you like.
But who says she's a firecracker because she has a better skill set at something than you? Or do you just inherently believe that men have the best skill sets at everything in the world and women are inferior at all skill sets? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about they're always a firecracker. I'm saying recognizing what's your strong skill sets and what's your weak skill set. And if you know you have a weak skill set, and you have a person with a much stronger skill set in that area than you would be a damn fool to insist that you're going to do it because you just want to be in the lead. That makes no. I suck at math. I'm not going to try to be in charge of the math because
you thinking about
math. I'm going to give it to
you thinking about individual tasks.
Huh?
You're isolating individual tasks.
At math. Why would you not give her a math-related task if you know you are horrible?
If she's better at cutting grass, if she like cutting grass, she can cut the grass. Math. It's cool. That don't make me less of a man. I'm saying that what I'm saying is that if
I'm just saying, why does it make it beta?
Where are all these women that are taking where are all these successful women who are driving their relationships and leading their men to success?
Relationship if they just are better at a particular task. A relationship.
No. You said you would. We're talking about leadership as a whole. We're talking about we didn't say leadership. We're saying leadership.
But you can still
That's
be
what we're talking about is leadership.
You can still be a leader and delegate a task to someone else to do completely devoid of you. You still can be the leader and delegate a task.
We're saying two different things.
Hey, take charge of this.
Hey, Rico,
you remember the analogy I used about the map, how she may be more qualified to give these directions, or even if we're both qualified and we need to switch off to give the other one a break. I have zero problem with that. But when we're talking about which deciding where we're going, we're not talking about who can drive or who can't drive. We're talking about deciding where we're even going.
Okay, so you're talking about who sets the destination.
Now, exactly. Okay. So I'm saying if you say, you know what, I'm okay. I think my woman is smarter than me. She gets the big picture better than me. I'm a little slow in my progression, and I trust her decision making. That's fine. You have the right to do that, but they call that something. And if you don't want to identify as what they call it, that's fine. But you understand that there's two different things. If you, all right, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Data.
Okay. I can't, I don't even understand it. So I can't, it makes no sense to me. But I mean, if that's y'all philosophy and y'all believe and y'all label people who think maybe more, intelligently or maybe more open-minded, that like, my job, it's like on the job, you have a manager, but the manager don't do every damn thing. They delegate to lower level employees all day long. And my manager can't even do some of the work that we do. So even when I managed, I couldn't do the work that I told people to do. When they called out, I was screwed. I couldn't even do the work of the people underneath me, because sometimes you sit there and you think less of a person, and then, okay, let them show up and let them not show up. You can't even do the job. You just can't even do it. So if you don't learn the ability to delegate or to give up some control of some things to include in your life, that's why as Black men, we're breaking down. We're dealing with too much stress. We end up because we're trying to do every damn thing. That's not always the most help. You can be in charge without killing yourself, is what I'm saying.
Got you, Rico. Hey, real quick, we're gonna move on from this point. I just want to touch on what Don Harden said, because she's saying, so basically all the red pill men can drive better than, say, Sherelle, who's a professional truck driver. And just to clarify Vic's point, what he's saying is they may not necessarily be a better driver, but the leader of the family, the man, he would set the destination or the route for where the truck is going to go. She may drive, but he sets the destination based on that red pill philosophy of who sets the, who touches the thermostat, who sets the destination. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick. He's saying not task oriented, who handles the specific tasks. That's not what he's debating, but who determines which task we take on and where we go. That's what he's talking about.
But I just don't understand the labeling of people.
Yeah, but we don't even need to dive into that. I mean, if that's a personal philosophy, we're gonna shame anybody that does something different. Like, the person who got A's, we're gonna call him a nerd. Like, we don't. That's not even worth diving into, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if y'all want to talk about that, we can.
No,
but I mean, the people that decide to, denigrate somebody for living a different way, I don't think there's much value in diving into that. But question number 8.
I got one last question before we move on, Dave.
All right.
This question is for anybody.
All right.
Now it's not disingenuous, okay? This is a genuine question. I want to know, let's just say two women that people would know of that have led their men in a relationship to success and maintain their happiness.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I know you said that's not. Wait.
The caveat.
Hold on. I know you said that's not disingenuous, but how are we going to verify somebody else's happiness?
What, the eye test?
I mean, that's impossible, because there's so many people that say they're happy. I would think are unhappy, but
let's just take their word for it.
Well, I mean, we got Oprah as the big.
Take the happiness out of it. Who are still? Let's say who are still together.
I mean, the top dog is Oprah. She set the temperature in that relationship. I know she do. I don't care what nobody say. She look happy than a mofo. So locally,
but you never see him.
And I know quite a few people in my family where the women kind of dominated, and they were content to a point. I mean, but you know what I'm saying, happiness. I mean, but they operated well with the leadership role. I mean, because they dealt with, I'm using an inflammatory term, they dealt with lesser men, so they had to operate in that leadership role. So and they functioned okay. Their issues were not the leadership role. Their issues were the way their men handle responsibility. I mean, but they
understand.
They were okay, but they had issues with the men not stepping up. But I mean, but they were rolling with it for years.
But I've seen, and I'm sure you see, I've seen just as many relationships where the man was dominant and the relationship ended. I've seen that too.
Well,
Oh,
it's
y'all,
not whether the relationship lasts or whether it don't. The reason
But
I
I'm saying
posed the
you set that
question
as the metric,
there
is what
is
I'm saying. You set that as the metric, right? Was
I'm
that there
gonna
was
tell you
still
I'm gonna tell you why I posed the question. Uh there's a level of weight. What's it called? The burden. I wrote it down earlier. Burden of
I ain't got
performance.
notes.
The burden of performance. If you a man and you do man stuff, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And the fact of the matter is, there's a weight that we carry as men to make sure that everything runs seamless, to make sure nobody sees behind the curtain the chaos. We hold that. That's our job. When a woman who is capable has to hold that position where she may be just as capable or better than a man, but that weight is made for shoulders and not hips. And it's a burden on a man, but we can wear it a little more gracefully sometimes. And I noticed that the weight of that burden on those women who are in those positions, it completely changes who they are. And they resent it, what it makes them into. That's the point that I'm saying. It's not a natural position, even though we can adapt to it.
Hey, let me jump in real quick, Vic, because I think I know what you're talking about, and I have some pushback. Like Jordan Peterson talks about the traits of a woman and versus a man, and one of the traits of woman overwhelmingly is agreeableness, as opposed to men who are less agreeable. So, can we say then that the typical personality traits for women versus men, it is more likely that the pressure will be acceptable for a man than a woman? Not that it's not one way or the other, because there have been queens throughout history in lots of different countries that have ruled as monarchs, ruled over kingdoms. There are successful women CEOs. There are women that are cut for it, but maybe it's just not as likely because of our, I don't know if it's nature or nurture, but there's something where men are less agreeable and can take that assertive role more often than not, as opposed to the other way around.
a woman prime minister just ran Germany for the last 20 years.
Get him,
So
chef.
women run countries as well. I'm just saying. So
The question is, how happy are they when they get to the house? How happy are they when they get to the house?
We were just talking about the success of it. That's all. We're not. You 1 minute you say happiness doesn't matter. So I'm like, come on now.
No, what I said is, I said remove that from the metric because we can't measure a person's happiness.
Right. So I was saying that women have run countries.
Let's go ahead and welcome Chef Shapino to the stage real quick, and let's get his response to that question from Victor Free. Now we have the complete set of Nighthawk trading cards.
Nighthawks unite.
Night. NFT coming out next Tuesday. So let me get that question again, Vic.
What I posed was, I asked them to name a couple of women, notable women, who have been in a leadership position, and particularly in their relationships. Y'all were naming people who ran countries, Oprah. I mean, the farthest outliers you can. But I'm just saying, a couple notable people who have led their relationship with their man and still maintain their relationship, because we couldn't put happiness in there. So if their relationship is still intact after leading their man.
You said after leading their man?
Right, so, into a successful, like, say, so she's a CEO of Coke, but they started from nothing and she brought them to where they are. He's her you know what I'm saying? She is in the dominant position in the entire relationship.
Well, you said two You said two. I
Two.
can name one, and that would be QE2. Which
Name one
Queen.
that's not Oprah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. QE2, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip. That's, she was the Queen of England, but he was not on the succession bloodline for their family, right? So pretty much, she was the queen. He or his heirs, he can never assume the kingship of England. So that's Prince Philip.
Hey, real quick, because I don't know how they're gonna be notable and not outliers. How they gonna be notable and not outliers? But after Chef is finished, please, can Queen go and then Watts after Chef is finished?
Wait, you said notable and not outliers? Was that for me or that's for somebody? I just jumped in.
What I was pushing back on the Vic's phrasing of the question was he wants them to be notable, which means most people understand and know who these people are, but then they're not outliers. How would most of us?
I get what you're saying. If they're notable, then they are outliers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So after you finish your question, can Queen jump in and then Watts?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Whoever's next.
Queen.
So what are you asking me? I'm sorry. People. What's up, Queen?
Welcome to the Queen Dom.
I'm trying to put my headphones in so I can hear. Hi.
You wanted to know if you knew of any.
Let me rephrase the question, because we don't have to bring up any more examples. But I think the crux of the question is, can a woman lead her relationship to success while still maintaining that relationship in a healthy manner?
No. I don't think so. I think women we're if we're in a masculine role too long,
oh no, this is slow.
That to me that becomes who we are. I'm very traditional, so yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't think it's going to be successful, but I think there are men who like taking a back seat because not much is expected. So, yeah. So maybe for some it could work, but I don't know. I think everything there's a cost. There's a cost to everything, and you got to define that cost in your relationship. And the ones I've seen, it's not a good thing, because a man is, if you look at animals or whatever else, they're hunters. They're they lead, they take control, and so I don't know. I just don't think it's a good thing. And I've known very professional CEOs and professors and PhDs, and they've from the ones I've known, they've said that they had to sacrifice certain things to get to where they were. And more than not, it's a relationship. So yeah, that's just my take on it.
All right, that's very good. Watts, we're gonna come to you for this question.
My personal opinion, I don't have enough examples of flourishing relationships in my life to be able to say that's something that'd be successful. So I'm gonna say no.
Queen Dom, you want to take a stab at the question? Do you need it reframed for you by Victor Freeze? Queen Dom, are you here? Queen Dom.
You're muted.
She said she was working on her audio situation a second ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All
cool,
right. So
cool.
we'll go by, and I think you didn't get any pushback on it, Vic. So I think most people are in agreement that there are not
In the
many.
face.
Huh?
In the face.
I think there's not many people that there's the few outliers or one-offs here and there, like Chef said, Queen Elizabeth definitely, Oprah definitely, and maybe a few others. There's probably a lot more that we don't know of.
Yeah.
We would never know of. But by and large, I don't think there are many at all, because it's a role that the man is going to be the leader in the relationship. It's pretty much almost a no-brainer.
All right, gentlemen and lady, I have another question for you. We talk about alimony, child support. We talked about Dr. Dre and knowledge in relationships just not too long ago. Child support orders, that's a big thing on the lead attorney. So what if we ask this question? If men are concerned about the possible costs of failed marriages because of giving their money to women, should they then still be giving so much of their money to other men online? I'd like to start with the Nighthawks, Chef, Watson, and Vic. Go to Queen, and then Rico.
I call
Can
dirty
you explain
pool.
what you mean
I
by
call.
other men online?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Wait. I know
What
what
is
you're
the
talking
point?
about. I think it's the super chats they talking about.
yeah,
Right?
Okay.
all of
Yeah.
that.
So that wasn't your question. That was the question someone else asked, right?
Oh,
Nope.
super chat or signing up for Patreons and subscriptions as well. I ain't calling
That
out
sounded like
nobody.
a shot. All right. So listen, I
We've
say
all done
this.
it. Well, I can say
Hold on.
we've all done it. A few of us have done it.
Question for the record. Am I echoing right now?
Now, you sound good.
All right, cool. So I'll tell you this. I called dirty pool on the question, right? Flag on the play. First of all, if somebody's paying child support, should they be allowed to get a damn 6-pack of beer on a Friday after they get off work? Stop that, man. If somebody got child support to pay, should they get an extra? Should they be allowed to get extra cheese on their slice of damn pizza, man? Come on, man. Stop that. That's
Hold up.
bogus.
No, that's misunderstanding. No, let me rephrase it. Because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not what I'm saying. If you want even.
Oh man, I was cooking good.
Yeah, you
Damn,
was,
man.
But you was wrong.
Yeah,
You
yo.
was wrong meal real quick. But what I'm trying to say is the same men that complain about I don't want to get in a relationship because of the possible costs of a failed relationship. I might have to pay alimony. I might have to pay child support. It's a fear-based logic of what they might have to pay out. Should these same men who are fear-based about what I might have, the costs associated with relationships, then make all these donations to men? $20, $50, $100 super chats. That's what I mean. If you're going to complain about the cost here, should you then be spending your money over here?
Yes, I got that. What I was doing, I was gonna reducing the argument, to being facetious. You catch what I'm saying? I took it to the other end of the spectrum. But real talk, we have to fully understand the dynamic of what and how those people see him. Remember, that's the beginning of the psychology, the positioning. If they see him as a sensei, they're going to burn something at the altar for him. They're going to bring some rice to him. If they see him as the pastor, that's bringing them closer to their spiritual goal. They will come and donate to the church and bring their tithes. If they feel that he is some sort of professor to them, they will pay tuition. So they feel as though what he says resonates with them in a certain way, that they feel as though they've learned something. We call YouTube University for a reason. Those of us with the mental capacity to absorb the information, drink it. There was somebody, funny side story today, real conversation. They were like, yo, I think RShaun Dave got somebody to help set up his stuff because, he went to the top. I said, nah, bro. I said, just give him a few hours in YouTube and he will drink that info. And he probably didn't get any professional help because you stepped your game up. But I said, Nah, yo, he's a learner. He absorbs that information. So the people that absorb it and have it, and they feel as though it's done something positive for them. There's people that have sent him $200 because they laid at the crib to listen to him, and he entertained them when they would have spent $500-600 on a date. But he got to sit home, have his bottle of Jack, chill back, send a couple hundred in super chats, and not allow himself to go kick it with that same kind of woman that's calling into Kevin talking about they won't respect this kind of man. So, because remember, all of those women that want high value men, they're running through the average men in the meantime. So I look at it a little differently. The ones that breaking bread with him, they're not doing it to get laid from him. You know what I mean? It ain't KS Investments. No, it's because it's appreciation. It's appreciation. You really think that they're giving him money so he can teach them something new? No, they're sending him money as thank you for what they feel they already got from him.
So wouldn't that same principle apply to the women that you married and divorced and alimony and the children that you reared? Couldn't you say I'm appreciative to the family, so I'm going to pour into the family that I built with you, that I'm separated from? Like, couldn't the logic flow the same way to the appreciation of the family you built that you're no longer together with, that you do for the online preachers, pastors, teachers, whatever you want to call them?
I mean, yeah, because so if men are concerned about the possible cost of failed marriages because of giving their money to women, two things. I am not a fan of alimony, but I do believe alimony is fair within a specific subset of situations. If somebody sacrificed their life to be with you and you were the leader, like sorry, the women that we say that should submit to us and the ones that submit within the biblical fashion and all of those things, even down to what career they should take and all of these things, at some point it's only fair. You get what I'm saying? It's only fair that we put them in some sort of position. It's only fair.
Respect.
Do I believe in the 150 grand a month? No. Do I believe in the 40 grand a month if you're a celebrity? Yeah, because you're a famous person. And we're in the information age. And people could go to your kid's school if your kid is going down to PS 123 on Main Street. You may need security. You may need a gated community, whatever. So I kind of see it a little different, man. I see the people dropping money on the online guy out of appreciation. I don't even rock with everybody, but I drop $10 here, I drop $10 there, on particular channels, especially if I like the content.
No, I definitely respect that. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Watts and Victor Freeze, please.
I think about it like this, right? So if a marriage fails and a man ends up paying child support, right? That's sort of a responsibility thing, for one. And for two, like the parameters around that, right? So let's say, for instance, he gets a divorce and he's paying child support, and the judge says, hey, you got to pay $400 a month for this child, right? And then he ends up getting more, he ends up getting a raise or a promotion or something like that. And if the mother of his child ends up reporting it, now he has to raise that. So now he has to pay $600 a month because he's making more money, right? Versus the super chat, I kind of equate that to like buying a 12 pack. You know what I'm saying? If I send M3 a $20 super chat, you feel me? That to me is like buying a 12 pack and going to kick it with him, on the front porch and watch the kids play basketball in the driveway type of thing. You feel me? Like I don't think those are the same thing at all. I don't think those two things are the same thing at all.
Let's go ahead, Vic, and then Queen, please.
Let me see. Pull up the question one more time for me. Right. I think you made a good point, Dave, when you were talking about could we compare the two, the wife to putting money in the man's head after he finished playing the song. But the idea, I think the divide is this. If I go to a bar, my bartender gives me great service, I tip him on every drink. This is just the scenario. I tip him on every drink. That's how I do. When it's time to go, I'm going to tip him on that last drink, and he gets the salute. Maybe I give him a nice going away present on that last drink. But that's where it stops, because he's already received during the process. So when we're talking about a husband and a wife situation, we're going to assume that she got her cut on the divorce. So alimony is extra. Child support should have a limit, a cap. It should be based on what that child actually needs, what that child is already accustomed to. Not based on how much more money I make. Does this child need $30,000 a month? Nah, nobody child need $30,000 a month to do nothing. So,
Vic,
yeah, come on.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me yield me a couple of seconds, bro. If you and the $40,000, obviously it's based on an elite level income. You get what I'm saying? You know, there's a certain point income you don't even get insurance. You pay for everything. So what I'm saying is $40,000 people. What if the kid was going to a prep school that costs 100 something? You know, there's prep schools, middle schools, bro, that are more expensive than some Ivy League colleges, right? So now, if you were a Diddy money making dude, and then now you decide to leave, you're gonna allow your kid to be going to PS 23 down on Main Street or down on Martin Luther King Boulevard? You see what I did there? But when I say it like that, everybody know about Martin Luther King Boulevard, wherever it is. But is that what you would want? Understanding that your children, because you said what your children were accustomed to. So now that you're not there, what your children were accustomed to. So if you were living that kind of lifestyle, then you're giving your kids what they were accustomed to, right?
Right, and I think that your child should be given just that. But as far as the woman in a divorce, whatever she get, it should be a one-stop shop, paid in full. Just like when you win the lottery, say, do you want installments or do you want a lump sum payment? Now, if you say, okay, I'd rather break it up a little bit,
so
then by
you
all
realize,
means.
okay, so let me give you the clarity on that. I got to give you the clarity in terms of understanding how that thing works, right? The only people that get the lump sum, are the wealthy, because they have a sum, because normally the judges base it on how long the person's been with you, their capability to have an income that can sustain a certain, mode of living. It also takes into account what they may have given up, how many children they've reared for you, and if you've had any positive impact on what they've done. They'll assign an amount of money to that. Even if you were actor and she would wipe your forehead with a baby wipe that you liked in the trailer after your movies. they would assign some sort of financial thing to that specifically because she's your wife and she participated, which will make her cut bigger. But that's only for the big people. You feel me? So it's the regular guys that have to pay it out. Sometimes part of the payout is giving up half of the house, right? Whereby she then would have to buy out your other half of the house if necessary. So those things, the lump sum payouts don't come from regular guys because you may have to pay for her for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, or if she was with you for a long ass time until she gets married, depending on what municipality you resided in for majority of the marriage. So that lump sum that's only rich people. That's only rich people. On a $50,000 a year salary, you're not going to be able to pay a lady $1,000 a month for the next 10 years in a lump sum. You don't have it. That makes sense?
I hear you. But I mean, if she just walked off with half of my shit after I've been feeding her and housing her for the last 20 years, and she ain't had to think about how to live or function in the world, I feel like me giving her half of my shit at the end and allowing her to walk away with my children, you know what I'm saying? Or better yet, not even walk away, keep the house. I'm gonna walk away and leave you with most of the stuff, a functional home and everything as it was.
That's why
I can't see a sweeter deal.
Well, that's why some men make the wise move. And if she's going to be a housewife, what they do is they put her through school. They put her through school. Part of the equation is if she has capable, certifications and capable experience to be able to sustain herself. There's some dudes that put them through school. You're going to be a housewife? Okay, she cleans the house. We got one kid. Put it through school. Sorry, go ahead.
You cool? You cool? Real quick, gentlemen. I just want to critique the child support system so much. It was more about the mindset of the gentleman, but I respect your points. I wanted to move forward to Queen, and then Rico won this question 8, if you don't mind.
Queen.
Hello. If men are concerned about the possible failed marriages because of giving their money to women, should they be given so much? This question is weird to me, but I just think, I don't know. I just feel like if you're gonna be in a marriage and you got kids and you want to leave, just do what you need to do. Like, just take care of your responsibility, keep it pushing. You know, that's I don't care how much you give to the man in super chat, as long as you take care of little Junior. That's it. So yeah, give your money to super chat, but give your money to little Junior.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Rico.
All right, let me shout out Yellow. Hit the chat. I got another good crack story for you tonight. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I did want to say this because I know Vic and Chef, you guys were talking.
Leave them rocks alone.
I said he got me last week, but I'm good today. Just to premise the conversation you guys were having, and I wanted to say this because for the most part, I know alimony always comes out into the conversation. Alimony is paid out in a very small percentage of divorces, probably less than 10%. So when you're having the conversation, you gotta put it in that. Most people want to think it's like, I'm like, most you dudes, the girls working, got a skill set, you ain't gonna pay no alimony. You know, but they're not gonna say it doesn't exist. It's not a high percent. Now, child support, we know that's 100%. That's a different side of the coin. Basically, the only thing I got on the question is, I ain't paying none of these dudes nothing, flat out. super chats, Patreon, subs, nothing. And my biggest knock on it, I'll always say I'm cheap, but really I'm not that cheap. I just can't pay for information that's too readily available for free. That's where I just feel like the rub comes in. Most of the information that most of these content creators are giving out, it's not bad information. It's just information you shouldn't have to pay for because it's out there. It's out there in the ether. I think it's out there in the communities. I think that you probably got a lot of people in your circle that can give you all this information. And, people just aren't, we're not, talking to each other like we used to. So, that's my only reason for it. It's not like, I think you can do whatever you want with your money, this, that, whatever. I don't care. I just have a hard time paying for something that I can get free with a regular Google search or a guy down the street or somewhere. I don't see a whole lot of real diamonds unless you're talking about some serious financial hidden behind the dark stories. And that's not, but this relationship stuff, nah.
So yeah, but you know how to find value in certain things. You know how to get the $800 Gucci shoes for $300 because you're a savvy shopper.
Yeah, that's
right. But you can't knock the guy that goes to pay the $800, because he's able to find it. Everybody's not going to be as savvy and as erudite and as astute as you in terms of getting information. So some people got to, some people know the game. Some people, they got to be paid, they got to pay to be told again. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing is, the blessing is that they recognize the importance of the game and they're willing to pay that assumed premium,
Yeah.
Real quick.
Instantly feel ugly now. We got the fly guy at the bottom of the screen.
We got Yellow.
From Twitch.
What's good, y'all? What's good?
What's going on,
bro?
Oh God, they brought this pretty dude up here, man.
Hey, Yellow, real quick before y'all pass, I got a quick question for Rico. So I understand not paying the money for the information, but is there not a chance that you would say, you know what, I like this guy, I like the message that it's not even necessarily the information. It's just like, I like this guy, I like the message he's sending. I just want to support his cause.
No, that's a good. I'm glad you did come back with that, because then that is a good thing. That's where you'll get my soft spot, and I'll usually do that more so because I do think there are content creators out there that's putting out a really good message, and I may not need it, but they're not getting traction. So I will try to donate because I do a lot of volunteer stuff anyway. So I give my money away to good causes. So if
you ever seen one super chat ever?
No. I wouldn't do it through a super chat anyway. I would just, send it in on their PayPal or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't, because if doing the super chat is like when I see people do. You know what I see super chats are? People want you to say their shit. So I'm gonna say something stupid. Do a $50 super chat because you gonna read it. So is that support or are you buying advertising? What is it? If I'm supporting you, I'm just gonna give you $50.
I prefer send Cash App because YouTube takes their piece. They take
that too. Right. So that there's a couple of different ways. But when people super chatting, they want that to come up and to get a shout out. Oh, Mr. So-and-so and his stream and all that. So people have altruistic motives for super chatting. It ain't always because they really love you. If you pop in Kevin, lead attorney, and especially TLA, because he read every damn one of them. So you do a $50 super chat, he gonna read and play the bomb and all that other shit. So it's like, I don't even know if they support them or if they trying to get that advertising dollars.
It's both.
Super chat coming to Queen Forever 2K21 Instagram. I take PayPal. I take coffee. I take Starbucks gift cards. I take Target, Macy's. What you need, I got you. Okay.
So to answer your question, Watts, I do occasionally will send money in to support somebody, but I look at that differently. I ain't getting nothing back. I ain't getting no acknowledgement. I ain't getting nothing.
Hey, this next question is for Queen only. She's the only woman on the plat. And then when we get to question 9, I'm gonna start with Yella since he just popped up. But question 8 is for the women only. So I want to ask, I'm sorry, question 9 is for the women only. Then I'm gonna start with Yella. Queen, have you heard that Kevin Samuels clip where he asked a guy, so you don't make a lot of money, you're fat, and you don't have a big D? Did you hear that clip? Okay, dang it. So this ain't even a good question for you. All right. Well, let me
play it.
I don't have a clip.
I'm not a big Kevin Samuels fan, so
gotcha.
I will never hear that clip unless you clip it.
Okay, so basically he's pointing to the
Go
fact
ahead.
that men need to pick a struggle. Like you can't be suffering from all of the different problems, like weight, money, physicality, you know, like endowment. Like you can't have all of the different problems, you know, when you're out looking to date women. So do you think men have learned to pick a struggle, or are they still holding on to multiple issues to their detriment?
I don't know. I think there will always be people who have all the struggles. That's just life. But like I said, I think that there's a lid to every pot. And there's someone who will value things that you may not value or I may not value in that person, or vice versa. So, you know, because we're not always going to, not everyone's going to be that everything put it together. You know, everybody's not going to, I don't care how much working out you do, not everybody's going to look like Beyonce or Kim Kardashian. One, because some of it is fake and you got to go buy it. But we're not going to go there. So I think, you know, there are always going to be people with a lot of issues. It's not about that. You know, I think the greatest thing a person can do is see beyond the person's issues. You know, sometimes you can see beyond that and help them, you know, like, so yeah. I don't know.
So I mean that's a good general answer, so I definitely appreciate that. This next question, I don't care what y'all gentlemen think about this question, so y'all ain't answering number 9. But number 10, I'm starting with Yella. Are the narratives pushed by the red pill community helpful or harmful? And which one is your most or least favorite and why? Let's go, Yella.
All right. So, and that now this is a good question. And I heard y'all mention Cash Apps too, so y'all can hit me at Cash App. It's help Rico stay off crack. You know what I'm saying? That's my Cash App. That's my boy. I had to come get one real quick. But no, as far as the red pill narratives and stuff like that, man, I mean everything's got its downside, right? For the most part, I think if you take the red pill content for what it is, it's content. You know what I mean? And like if I quote my OG Patrice, you know what I'm saying? Her thing is, you know, chew the meat, spit out the bones. You know what I'm saying? So if you approach it like that, then yeah, and for the most part, it is helpful. You know what I mean? It's helpful for however the man's mindset is when he approaches it. You know what I mean? If you a red pill rage and you need a couple people to just influence your rage because some men need to get that out, then cool. You know what I'm saying? If that's where you come in at it. Some men find red pill content when they just like trying to better themselves as men or figure out ways to maneuver around women. You know what I mean? So my least, I would have to say first, my least favorite, honestly, and my least favorite concept of the red pill content is the whole cheating thing. You know what I'm saying? Like how, men don't cheat, we exercise options. Hey, nigga, you cheating. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a bean. You know what I'm saying? That woman ain't with you because she wants you to go be with other women. It don't really work like that, bro. Now, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't see myself making a woman be okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Making a woman I'm gonna go out here and, because I'm at this certain level. No, because I'll be single. Like, Like, if I'm gonna tell fellas anything, like, fellas, you can get way more if you just stay single.
Yeah. Well, definitely, gentlemen. Well, Yellow, I appreciate that. If we can now go to Queen, then come down to Chef to answer question number 10. And since you don't follow Red Pill, so let me rephrase the question for you
Give me a
specifically.
few. Just give me a few to choose from.
Well, like buy a dog, die alone. Let me see. Like Rico talked about, 80% of the women are overweight, and 80% of that number are obese, or 80% of them.
Or even the Pookie and Ray Ray, 13% of black men fathered 80% of the children. That narrative, or even the MGTOW. That narrative.
And MGTOW's different than Red Pill. You want to stick it to the Red Pill?
Red Pill. That's not Red Pill.
Yeah, that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother problem. That's a whole nother problem.
I can't understand what they are. I get
That's
confused.
called black pill.
Is it MGTOW?
Yeah, don't go that way. You don't want to go that way.
Where you guys
Come
get
on,
this
man.
information
MGTOW,
from?
that's MGTOW. Listen, MGTOW and CISBM, that's extreme. Those are extremes, bro.
So they're not Red Pill. I don't know. That's why
They like if you took the red pill. They like if you took the red pill and then smoked some crack. That's how.
Oh wow!
That's how bad it is.
Wow.
Okay, so what's Passport Brothers? What's Passport?
That's not Red Pill either. Rico,
Passport Brothers. They said that was you, Rico.
I know.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Shut up, M3.
They just like exotic
I ain't
pussy.
taking no red pill. What's wrong with you?
If heard any of the pushback from men in the online community, any of those like narratives or arguments, like just pick one out. Like, do you think any of them are? Is there any help to men or women, or is it all harmful?
I think everything has its benefit if you take it in dosages. I think everything you can learn from everything. Now, will I take it and ingest it all? Hell no. But you can learn. I think it all has its benefits. It all, like you just put it through the sifter. You take what sticks and you throw the rest away. So, I don't really know. I don't really have any one particular thing because I don't really pay attention to that, and maybe I need to learn more about that. Like, can I ask y'all a question? Who defined what red pill, blue pill, green, yellow, and pink pill is? Who defined that?
The people do.
Where do you find that information?
Online.
Queen, real quick. The
Where
general
you
principle of hang on, Queen. I'm gonna explain it to you real quick. Let me explain it to you. So the movie The Matrix, there's a red pill and a blue pill. So the red pill, this is where it comes from. So the red pill, it's not a definition. It just means that you are awoke to a specific line of thoughts or theories.
Gotcha. So now we are defining life through the Matrix movie?
No, awoke. It's a general theory of being woke, knowing the truth. Not any specific truth, just truth.
Oh, okay. But then that's kind of off because your truth might not be the truth. It's just the truth for you. That's weird. Anyway, I like Neo. I like the Matrix, but I ain't living my life through nobody's
Queen, you just hit a bomb. You supposed to let that thing simmer for a second. How you gonna drop the bomb?
I'm good. I'm good. I ain't got time to let nothing simmer. I ain't in the kitchen. I ain't cooking nothing. I ain't sauteing no chicken. But thank you. Thank you for that analogy. I think it's stupid. But y'all keep doing what y'all do, and I'll just participate in the conversation.
All right. Well, listen, let's go left to right from Watts, Chef, and then Vic, because I know Rico, whatever he says, is going to set off a grenade. So let's start with Watts, Chef, and then Vic.
I'll say that it's more of a matter of who's receiving the information versus the information itself. Because you can take any information. If you have an extremist they gonna run it till the wheels fall off. You know what I'm saying? But anybody of a decent level of common sense and understanding, you can even learn something from your ops. You feel me? Like you can learn something from people that may be trying to cause you harm. You know what I'm saying? So in terms of the red pill, like Yellow said, you know what I'm saying? It's there are some men that need some of this information because they're trying to readjust themselves because they know that the path they've been walking on for X amount of years is leading them in the wrong direction. So they just need to redirect themselves. Ooh, least favorite, most favorite. Do I have a most favorite? Probably not. Um, the concept of, I mean, I don't know. I really don't. Most of the information really don't mean much of anything to me for real. It's just a nice conversation piece. I guess if I was to say one of them that I kind of have a problem with, to not use Yellow same answer would probably be the single mother concept, because people just have this idea like, oh, as soon as you have a kid, your life is over. Buy a dog and die alone. You know, so that'd probably be the one that I push back against a little bit.
Let's go, Chef.
Yep. So once again, I'm not a red pillar. I'm not a Kevin Samuels Patreon member or what have you. I don't subscribe to all of his ideas, but there's common sense in what he says in certain situations that I agree with. Which is my most favorite, least favorite, and why. My most favorite thing that he says is when he states, everybody can't be a high value man. And I have nothing but damn and the utmost of respect for the blue collar workers. I swear to y'all, what I respect so much about him is when he is telling these women what is wrong with an average man. There's more of them than the 10% if you are swirling, or the 6% if you only want to go with the brothers. All right? If you want to dance with the dark. Okay? Yo, average brothers are good. I love when he talks to a woman and she talks about what took place within her relationship, and then he gets to the crux of it and she's ready to fully admit that she screwed it up. And she asks him, what should I do in my life? And he says, go back and beg his ass. Right now, do not pass go. People state that they believe he hates the marriage aspect. But the thing is, he's telling people, screw the dating. He said that you should be married if you feel them within 6 months to a year. How is that the teaching of somebody that doesn't want marriage? He's the person that is stating the actual mathematics to dilute the delusion that people have about what they can get and what exists. So, in terms of the most positive, those in terms of the most positive, those are actually, to me, that's the most positive. You get me? Excuse me. Those are the most positive. The what I don't like, in terms of the single mother thing, a part of it. One part that I don't like of it is the fact that he would tell them they don't have a chance. Right? I don't feel that because I've been with a single mother. I've been with a single mother before. What I will say is that the part that I do agree with is when he states that the guys who make the utmost of money that can get whatever lady that they want, the ones in the top 6% of income, if they're going to have a choice, they're going to take what they want. So I don't see any lack of truth in what he said. You know, him putting into someone's soul that they're not deserving of it. No, I don't believe in that. But was he telling a lie that the guy that's making the top 6% of men, the dude that could call their own shots, the dude that we will look for deals on the cars and go to Auto Trader, and this dude will go and get the $20,000 paint upgrade option on his Rolls Royce. You know, options are options, bro. They call them options for a reason. And people exercise them. Do I disagree? Do I feel it's right? I mean, it exists. I always say, is it wrong for the beautiful antelope to be eaten by the hungry lion? No, that's the way the jungle works.
You done, Chef? All right, let's rock, Vic. What's up? What's up?
What's up, brothers? Hey, shout out to my brother Yellow, man. I fuck with how you roll, man. I like a lot of your ideas and how you come. Check
Appreciate
me
it,
out
bro.
already. You say, are the narratives pushed by Red Pill helpful or harmful? If we're just gonna lump all of this male positive content as Red Pill, right?
I just want to kind of separate it out because I think manosphere is separate from the red pill. Like in my mind, the way I see it, because I think like people that do
Where does
tech.
the divide start?
So the divide for me, the red pill are the people who are talking specifically about having some experience and waking up to the real nature of women and men dynamics and how they move forward from there. Manosphere is a whole host of things. Like it might be you didn't grow up with a father. Let's teach you how to fix a toilet. Let's get black men into tech. Let's get blah 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 blah. Like
More
manosphere is
general.
anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the general enrichment of men is the manosphere. But the red pill is I had a negative experience. Let's talk about it. Some is helpful, like man, I want to talk you out of your pain. Some is harmful, like man, these women got to be stopped. You know what I'm saying? So like that's my dividing line.
I see. I think that was necessary right there. What you just did is separate them two, because they get conflated a lot. Now, to answer the question, my answer is more like what Watt said. The information is the tool. It's up to the person how they use it. So, if you remember in the Matrix movie, towards the beginning, they had a physical representation, but a lot of this stuff is symbolic. And they had the people waiting to be unplugged, still in their pods. They had quite a few rejects, if you recall. And one of the things Morpheus said was, some people just aren't ready to be unplugged. So I think those people are the ones that, just like the few bad cops comparatively to how many cops there are in the whole nation, you know what I'm saying? The few black criminals wearing dreads, now dreads makes you a criminal. You know what I'm saying? It's the outliers being magnified that is creating this noise. If you say who are the most terrible people with the worst message in red pill, all you can really think of is Fresh and Fit and maybe two more. But it's not no big list. But there's a whole bunch of people that you would fall under that red pill community. So I think a lot of times we're grouping or making a generalization over something that's just way too vast to be generalized. Now, the other part of the question about what did I find most helpful or / harmful? I say this. Listen, red pill is red pill. That's cool. I've been up on game, and it didn't. Way before I knew what a red pill was. But Kevin Samuels is probably one of the most misunderstood by men and women in a long time, but it's probably doing the most good that's possible to do from the space he's doing it in. And men needed it. We needed the kick in the ass. And we got it, and we took it quietly. Those who got the message. It was just that when you see it done to a woman, it always looks worse because our instinct is trained to protect. You're like, hey, why are you bullying that woman? You ain't that tough. Why you talking to her like that? You didn't have to talk to her like that. That's the entertainment piece. If you can move past that, what you'll see is that when he gets to his message, whether he had to be what some may consider as disrespectful or whatever, or if he was being very nice and fatherly or unclely, giving big brotherly advice, because there is a variety of outcomes. They're not all one type. And what you'll notice is if you watch enough of his content, he gives up a lot of his personal life, from his struggle with cancer to his divorce to being a stepfather himself. He ain't nowhere near red pill. He encourages marriage. And the reason he says he does so is because his own family, his own aunties, are in the exact situation that he wants other young women to avoid because it's too late for them. They already got their dog and they've already accepted dying alone. He's giving you a piece of his pain. These women, take my mother for example. I will add her to that list because, as she would say, it ain't no shame in her game. She don't care if you know she ain't got no man. She don't need. And it's gonna be a man like me or my brother or whoever to take care of that woman until she leaves this earth. But as opposed to keep putting men back in that protection mode where we have to lift more weight than necessary, let's go back to the beginning and let's get them while they're young. Let's get them coming fresh out of college and give them the game now. This is the reality. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but we're gonna rip that Band-Aid off and give you a real fix. And it's not gonna look good, and nobody likes to hear a little girl cry.
Yeah,
I understand that much. But this is the medicine. Take your medicine. You don't gotta like it, but you need it. Recognize that. Let's put the families back together. Let's put the community back together. That's the goal. Kevin Samuels is aside from Red Pill, and I'll give him his props. That's all I got to say about that.
cool. Real quick, man, I really appreciate everything you said because the reason I wanted to have these conversations was so people could get clarity because people aren't really seeking answers. You know, they're making their judgment based on snippets or something else. So to hear people actually talk about the both sides of the spectrum of everything involved, the people and the philosophies, I think is really important. But I want to welcome to the stage, excuse me, I'm sorry, get the name up, Marcus Rodriguez. I want to welcome you, sir. I'd like to
Marcus.
welcome you. Get your thoughts on question 10, whatever points you wanted to make also. And then after you're finished, Rico, if you would go. All right, I'll be right back.
Real quick, one second, Mr. Rodriguez. RShaun, you want to give a shout out to Sister Sheree, and I believe.
Matter of fact, that's what I meant. CKQ podcast. I want to thank you for stopping in. I want to also thank Stanley. I believe it was Johnson. Is the last name Stanley Joseph? Excuse me. Yep. He said he was coming up in about 20 minutes, I believe, or so. And then Sheree B. Chicago. Thank you, please, young lady, for stopping in. Really appreciate all you.
Town in the bill.
Yeah. So, Marcus, if you have something to say, please go ahead, and then we'll drop it to Rico.
Well, first of all, thank you guys. Good evening, by the way, and thank you for doing it. Shout out to 100 Watts. Shout out to the OGs here in the panel. Shout out to everybody. And first of all, there's been a somewhat of a huge misconception with the way that it's labeled. The red pill, is it harmful? It's only harmful if you abuse it. It's only harmful to the individual who sees it that way. So there's a lot of great red pill manosphere men. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Alpha Male Strategies. Shout out to Jason Waller. These are all men that are very responsible, very good integrity, good character, strong, noble men who don't look at women as an enemy, but just understand woman's nature, whether it's hypergamy, whether it's based on the merit of a man, what he needs to bring to the table, as opposed to what the woman should bring to the table. We both have our roles to play. So red pill is helpful for the most part. I think it's only harmful to the individual who seeks to. So the facts and the advice is there. It's what you do with it and how you choose to take it. So another thing too that's a misunderstanding is the red pill is most of the time it's defined as the uncomfortable truth, being awakened from this so-called either victim or slave mindset. So now you see the pendulum has swung. 80% of the market, consuming market base, is 80% of the income is coming from women. So a lot of times you hear the slogan of the saying, when you lie, women buy. I think that's a huge thing that you guys need to understand. Anybody, not saying anyone here that doesn't understand it, I'm just saying for people out there listening. And the names that I just named before, because I know people get, oh, well, Kevin Samuels is this and Fresh and Fit or that. They bring up some good points. They bring up some statistics and data, the analytics, etc. Anybody can if you can look it up. So it's people get uncomfortable. People get a little pissed off when they get told the reality and their bubble is burst. For us men, we got to understand. For us, we have to be more logical about it, and we can a lot of times take it. There's a few men that can't. I get it. A few of us were very egotistical. We can be prideful. That's the downfall sometimes of man. That's sometimes their Achilles heel. And I just want to make sure that that's understanding for everybody out there listening. And that's all I got to say for now. I appreciate you guys letting me speak on here.
Absolutely. I mean, because your input is important. We saw you in the chat and you were rocking out. So, I mean, I definitely appreciate you coming up and speaking your piece. I mean, there are misconceptions. And I know the question, though, I know you spoke to the helpful or harmful. The reason I pose that, because people actually don't even investigate their own thoughts and feelings. Sometimes they'll assume, one or the other based on somebody told them or just a general impression. What I personally believe is that most things are neutral and people use them in a helpful or harmful manner. So I actually don't have the assumption baked in that it's harmful or helpful, because I think it is what it is. But then people will use it either in a harmful or helpful way. But if we can jump to Rico, then I'll follow up.
All right. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you guys on the panel for coming up, giving us pushback, giving us stuff to think about. Everybody in the chat, this has been wonderful. It really has been. I've been inspired by having the conversation. We all don't have to agree, but we've had a real, to see black men and a flower and a queen, and maybe it was her, deflowering that, has set the right attitude and atmosphere for us. So, sorry, bad word. I just thought about her. What flowers give off when they give off the spray?
It's all good. It's all good.
You know what I'm saying? When they give off the scent and they make the space better. So it just is, because it's much better than last week. A great conversation. As far as to the question, one thing I did want to ask is, because I'm not, and I don't know what's red pill. That's why I brought up some of the earlier spaces that you guys have educated me on tonight. That's black pill. And like, even I had the conversation with RShaun earlier. I was like, isn't manosphere and red pill the same thing? And he was like, no. I was like, see, so people on the outside looking in.
So you ain't do your research.
We can't distinguish the difference between what's red pill and what's manosphere. We lump them all in together. All right. So that's just basically how we look at it, because we're not participants in these spaces. But and what happens?
That's racist.
And what happens is the language across the spaces sound the same. So if we hear a vitriolic stat said in MGTOW and it's repeated in red pill and it's repeated over here, the conflation occurs. So you can't go, well, why do you think like, because y'all all saying the same crap. You might be not saying 100%, but if you hear similar talking points in multiple spaces, you can't easily distinguch the spaces.
Hey, I want you to answer the question. Answer the question and then say the whole. I got you, Shep. Answer the question and say which one of those things that was said was the harmful one. I want to hear about the harmful. We said what was helpful. Tell me the harmful talking point that you're talking about. The biggest one.
The harmful talking point that I mean, like I said, once I got educated tonight on those spaces not being red pill, I took them out because at first I, in my mind, thought MGTOW, SYS.
MGTOW is some weirdo shit.
Can I finish? I said I got educated tonight, right? Y'all won't even let me admit when I learned something. I said I got educated because I thought they were the red pill space, because people on the outside looking in, you don't. Queen said the same thing. If you're not involved in this space, y'all can't jump on people. Well, don't you know? Hell no, we don't know. It looks the same.
You had a week.
Doing a show about it, bro.
Excuse me.
Thing is, listen. Look at the. You got to remember. Let me just say this. Rico.
Y'all gotta let them cook. Y'all gotta let them cook. Y'all gotta let them cook.
Which one gonna cook? Both of y'all. I'm listening.
But this is all educational, though. This is just to help all of this out, though.
I said that.
Hold on. General Rico, in order, before we decide that we're going to attack a particular group as an enemy, or even decide that they're an enemy, we have to do one thing. Mm-hmm. Right? It starts with an R. Mm-hmm. It's called reconnaissance. Right? We have to perform reconnaissance before we send a platoon into a particular area sometimes, even before we send the sniper, where we send a scout to perform recon. Mm-hmm. So all I'm just saying is that at this point, if you're launching RShaun, then it's going to be good that you understand the coordinates of that particular group that you're attacking, because what's happening now is what you're saying is metaphorically analogous to you were trying to go at the Taliban stronghold and you just hit a nursery school because you got the wrong coordinates. You feel me on that?
I hear you, but I don't agree with you, but go ahead.
I mean, but the thing is, you just said, look, I didn't even realize.
I didn't launch any attack. I said it was made clear to me that these were differences. So I haven't even went into anything. And
what? Ojo Rico's point is to ask questions. Ojo's Rico is just asking questions.
Wait. Rico and R'Shaun. Look at the ticker. Rico and R'Shaun versus the red pill cultists.
And we haven't changed.
That is an offensive.
Real quick, hold up.
If I ain't never heard of an offensive, that sound like I'm coming to kick your ass. That's what it sound like to me. That's what I would have thought if I was a red pill.
You won't let me say anything, but go ahead.
Hey Vic, Chef, hold up, real quick. The reason we did this, and one of the reasons I wanted to do it with Rico, was because I knew his naivete about the space would actually serve to answer questions for other people who did no investigation. So that was intentional on my part, even if Rico wasn't aware. So I want Rico.
Hey, he just told you it was a chess move. I seen it. That's why I be laughing. He over here with the sunglasses. I mean the goggles.
Go ahead.
But Vic and Chef, let Rico get his spiel off real quick, and then we can come back at him.
One thing that y'all clearly misunderstood is I do know what those spaces are. I conflated them being the same. I'm well aware of what SYSBN is. I'm well aware of what MGTOW is. I'm well aware of Passport Brothers are. In my head, they're all the same shit. RShaun pointed out to me that they're different. And I don't align with any of them, whether they're the same or whether they're different. That's what I'm saying. In my mind, they were all the same. He says they're not. Manosphere is not red pill. In my mind, manosphere and red pill is the same thing. He explained to me there's a difference, so I accept the difference. That's all I was saying. That's
Well,
all
the
I was
red.
saying. So
I'm just gonna just to piggyback. I'm sorry, my apologies, but if I could piggyback off with Uncle Rico, red pill is and has been used as a section or a sector of the manosphere. So it's one section or sector of the manosphere. Shout out to 21 Studio. Shout out to all these OGs that were doing it before me 25, 30 years ago. So just like there's blue pill, there's purple pill, there's gray pill, there's black pill, white pill, zebra, rainbow, whatever. And you have, everyone has their own lines, how they look at, how they do it. Black pill is more like, hey, you either good looks or you don't got it, you're screwed. Basically, that's black pill. It's like, you either got it or you don't, you're done, you're screwed for life. That's basically what black pill is. Red pill is obviously raising your confidence. You can boost your looks, you can boost your economic tax bracket, so on and so forth, and don't pedestalize women. Make sure they can be as an assistant, not so much like as a equal or a partner. In some ways, I know that sounds somewhat conflicting, but it's not really if you break it down even more. So I think that's the huge loss in translation. Maybe Uncle Rico just needed more help with that, which is what he's just asking his questions. That's it. It's just to clarify. That's all Uncle Rico is doing.
Thank you, Marcus. And even at the depth he got, y'all gonna sit there and say y'all knew all of that? Because it's so to an outsider on the outside looking in, it's difficult to know that. And then I'm not ascribing to any of the spaces, so I'm never really going to know it anyway. I believe Marcus probably does it for, I know your job is study, the news, so he's got a purpose for knowing it all. The average person doesn't. So if I hear a certain talking point and I hear it across multiple platforms, it's easy to confuse them all as being the same. Again, like I said, RShaun has been educating me as the last week that there's differences, and that's like, man, this is just hard to figure it out. So again, even with the SYSBM and all the other, I'm not even going into, because even with what I hear out of those spaces, I'm like, okay, they crazy too. So they can be the same, they can be separate. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
RShaun, can I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I accept the premise that you didn't know and you don't subscribe. So there's things that you may have missed, even if you caught some things.
Agreed.
Okay, I accept that premise. Now, the brother who was just speaking, I can't see his name, Marcus. But he gave the breakdown. He said Uncle Rico is just asking questions, right? So all I ask or present in front of the court is that questions are the answers.
I didn't hear you.
Questions are the answers. So if there's ever something you are unsure about, before you pull that trigger, radio in, double verify before you take the kill shot.
Okay,
double verify, measure twice, cut once.
Okay, well, I double verified this. I ain't got but one answer to the question. I in my mind, I find it harmful. Doesn't have to be true. That's the perspective I got.
Right. All I wanted to do is ask more questions.
Again, I don't need to ask more questions. My perspective is, if I had to weigh it all, I don't see what's helpful. It doesn't mean there isn't anything helpful. I don't see it. What I see harmful, the least favorite to me, is the push, the color purple, the way they do the disdain to the color purpling, because I know that to be factual and true. So, and I know. So
that's
Kevin
bro.
Samuels talking point.
You're not that old, Rico. We call you OG, but you're not that old, bro.
I'm not that old.
Right. So the whole point was, when you keep talking about the color purple and he uses that term. Yeah. Okay. Remember, a ton of people pushed back when the book came out, Rico. A lot of black people Remember, I told you where the lady went to school. If you understand the
I
depth
know
of
all
that
of that.
school, my ex-girlfriend went to that school.
I know all
My
of that.
aunt, I went to that school. Okay? Let me explain something to you, bro. If you understand who the person went, the same way you're talking about KS, and you're speaking about who he is.
I didn't say anything about KS.
Message. No, KS. In terms of who he is, in order to discredit his message, you're using the text of a piece of fiction. No matter if you believe it happened, it was fiction.
Yes, the story was fiction.
Called the color purpling of society, because people took it as real. It made all men look evil.
No, it didn't.
They put us in there as buffoons and as evil men, and it's a fact. Tell me one honorable male character within the color purple. There is none.
Chef, it's a book of fiction. You just said it yourself.
Right, but you just stated about them discrediting it. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're discrediting. You can't discredit a fictional story. You can't discredit a made-up story. That's what fiction is. Fiction is a made-up story. So how do you discredit a made-up story?
I mean, you brought it up.
I brought it up exactly. So I'm sitting there saying they're discrediting a made-up story, which was a fictional story that was written about a period in time, which was the early 1900s, that was based in truth.
That was
because they didn't like
you're stating that it was based in truth. The thing is, because people are using that piece of fiction. People are using that piece of fiction to paint some sort of truth. So it's almost like life is imitating art at this point. People are believing that what that piece of fiction was real, and that's the problem.
People believe
your issue is that people are believing what Kevin Samuel says is real.
Chef, people have historically. Chef, you guys believe in fucking Marvel and DC? Are you kidding me? We can believe in comic books, but we can't believe in the color purple. This is crazy.
Shout out to Sheree.
Watch your mouth. Superman is real. Don't you dare.
That's all I'm saying.
What's up, mama?
All I'm saying is that
Superman is a simp.
See,
a whole set.
I see you yelling.
Hey, Wonder Woman is Batman, bitch. How about that?
I was just going to answer the second question. RShaun, if I may.
Hey, real quick, everybody. Let Marcus.
Marcus?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, RShaun froze.
Your guys, go ahead.
Damn, I froze.
Yeah, I was just going to answer that second question, though. Like, I think the most admirable thing I like from the Red Pill community is they have a commonality where they want to bring back the nuclear traditional family. So that's what I do like and respect, because I believe that's when America was at its most highest superpower back in, you can say, the 70s. I know the times were still getting better. I know there was still racism back then, and they were still trying to destroy it and topple it back then. But towards the end of the 70s, I think that's when they started ending the nuclear family dynamic. But it was good. I think it's important. I think the least thing that I do like from Red Pill is having to be so economically well off tax bracket wise. I know it's a capitalistic country, and that's a separate point for it. And my personal goal to help out men is to make average couples enough, whether it's the man making 60 or 50K, and the woman is making 25, 30K at her job. That's still enough for you to live in America. You know, one person's making 55, other person's making 30K. That's 85 grand a year. Yeah, I think it's important. So I'm making sure average couples or the average Joes are enough. And that's much needed, because there's going to be an overwhelming amount of average people based on a socioeconomic tax bracket or whatever, looks wise, and for women as well. So I think that's what I like and I don't like what I said for my both parts.
All right, Marcus, appreciate that. If we can get Sheree and then Stanley to go ahead and jump in, and then I'll answer, and then we'll move on.
Y'all better support me, Sheree and Stanley.
I came in late, so I don't even know what the debate was.
Just say Rico
Ain't
was
getting no
right.
super chats. Don't give him no super chats.
Rico was right.
Don't ever
Rico
give
did not
Rico
believe
no super
Chicago
chats.
women
Never.
were the best.
What was the question, Chef?
Rico stated that Chicago women were not the best, and I
We're not the
vehemently
best.
disagree
Oh,
with him.
Never,
damn.
never,
I'm
never.
just saying.
I heard that. I heard it.
He said ketchup goes on hot dogs.
You know I couldn't say what.
That's
That's disrespectful. Who just said that?
Look, you know that's from Chicago. So I'm finna say the same. That's disrespectful.
That's disrespectful as
Hold on.
hell. Don't you dare do that.
Oh shit.
Mustard goes on hot dogs.
Thank you,
There you
Lord.
go.
And you better give me my grilled onions, okay? Anyway, Lord, what is wrong with you guys? Anyway, so shout
Number
out to you
10.
guys for the chat. I'm about to answer
On
the
the
question.
board.
I just want to give out to love to you guys. I love this.
And
I
we
love
love you
this.
back.
I came with the rant. I came prepared. So, are the narratives pushed by Red Pill helpful or harmful? Which one is your most least favorite and why? Okay. It's difficult for me to say whether or not it's just flat out helpful or harmful, because I do think that the perspective of how you receive the information is more so important, whether or not the information is good for you, because there's, like anything else in this world, there's good things and it's bad, so you got to take the good with the bad. The thing is, hopefully you have a mindset where you're able to take in the information, chew the meat, spit out the bones, so that way you can be able to understand what is helpful and what is harmful, because that's with anything, right? You can't even there's a such thing as drinking too much water, so you have to pay attention to whatever information comes your way and just understand the difference, and hopefully you have a well-balanced mindset in order to know that. Then you have, which is your most and least favorite and why. Since most is first, my most favorite I can say is that it does bring men together and give men an opportunity to communicate in a way that they had not in a long time. And then you have all these platforms where men are able to express themselves, have some form of camaraderie, and because unfortunately, when it comes to suicide, men are number one when it comes to the suicide rate. So obviously, something is not good. So if men can find an opportunity to be in a place where they can receive help, if they can't get it at home and then they have to go to the internet, then hey, it is what it is. If they have to go to these books, or they have to go to these seminars, whatever it is that can help them become a better man or have some camaraderie amongst each other, I'm all for it. My least favorite part is the ones that are still hurt and haven't gotten the opportunity to understand the beauty of a woman. There's so many men who don't understand the attributes that we do have, and why it is known and it is said that man is not meant to be alone. If you're not meant to be alone, that means you need us. So since you need us, I need you to understand the beauty of us and to be able to differentiate between a woman who is detrimental and a woman who is beneficial. So if you can differentiate between the two, therefore you can get out of this slump of thinking that every woman is not worth it, because the same mentality back in the day in the 90s where they said men isn't worth it, I think that's the same terrible mindset that you can have. No, not one of anything, all of one thing is bad. Not all of one thing is bad. That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And I believe that my God is not going to create a atmosphere where I can't find my other half. So that makes no sense to me. Then that's it.
All right, beautifully said.
Thank
I want
you.
to go ahead and shout it out to us. Shoot it over to Stanley Joseph, please. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How you guys doing?
We glad to see your ass out the basement.
The other Haitian prince. What you doing, man? That's what I say.
Hey, so if I said, man, it's a new episode of You, but the black version. So I got somebody in the glass cage downstairs. All right, I just want to give so for me, I follow more like the black manosphere. So that would be like Dion Evans of RMG Radio. He's here in Oakland.
cool guy. He mixes the Bible and what men should be doing. Alpha Male Strategies, the lead attorney, Mr. Let Go from Atlanta, Georgia. He's pretty cool. He's do a dialogue with men and women to talk. Come On Man podcast. He's a great guy. Follow him on TikTok. And also Black Spider-Man. He's kind of sarcastic, but it's pretty good. He's young, but he makes some good points. And entrepreneurs in cars. He's always talking about like making your money, building your family, and just date and just enjoy dating. Now the MGTOW, I was going to talk about that one. I followed that one from Yo Elliott. And men going their own way wasn't to cut off women. It was to go your own way and develop and then come back. That was the original stance of it. It wasn't just to cut off women at all. It was just to go your own way, just like women have, like go to college, learn about yourself, develop, grow, and then come back. And that's what guys like to get away from being a simp and like hanging on to a girl, like, please don't leave me, stay with me forever. It's like, it was for you to go and develop and become a man and then come back to your community. Like, go ahead and get married if you want to get married. It was like that. It wasn't meant to be like all women are bad. I just wanted to clarify that. But that's the whole thing about it. It gets spread out, and there's like purple pill, there's blue pill, there's the black pill, there's a gray pill. So are you a Sigma? Are you an Alpha? It's so many different messages that's out there, but it's good because before this, we had to listen to, we ain't covered this last week, but like I said, Derek Jackson, Auntie Derek Jackson, and we was under his, everybody was under his spell for a long time. And Steve Harvey, Uncle Steve Harvey, How to Think Like a Man and everything else. And it's, people like that better than accountability. But nobody asked the men what was going on for them. And I think we're at that place where, yes, it might be scary if you don't want to hear what men are saying, and everything you've been taught has just been a lie all of a sudden because you haven't been listening to men, or you think this is how men are supposed to act. But it should be open to a dialogue. And that's what I see, like, that's what I see is helpful. The harmful stuff I see is, I don't know if we're going to talk about the school system, if we, like, critical thinking is not taught. And that's the scary part because people don't know how to process information. And we got to be honest, like, people do not process information at all. And they go by what they feel unnecessary, because the fact could be right in front of you. It says 100. I feel, well, I know last year it was 150, but it says right in front of you what it is, and people can't process it. And that's the part that's harmful, where we're not meeting people where their thought process is and helping them think. We assume that people could think for themselves, but reality is people cannot think. And what's the other question? What's something similar here? My least favorite part. Okay. My favorite part, the dialogue between men and women. My least favorite part, what I've seen so far, and I don't like the girl code, right? The women all stand together, and it's kind of become a competitiveness. Like, no, you're wrong, and you're supposed to do this, as opposed to sit back and take the information, ask the questions. Don't be scared to correct another woman. Like, hey, this is my experience. You gotta listen to him because he's being honest. I don't see that a lot. It becomes guy versus girl, and I wish we got to that place where certain women could go ahead during those conversations and men and slow people down. Like, a guy need to check the guy, like, hey, you're speaking too emotional right now. You need to calm down. And for the women to understand, like, you're not listening to the men at all. And we need to get to that place, because where we're getting at, like, everybody's bumping head and everybody wants to be right instead of everybody wants to understand. And that's it.
All right, appreciate that, Mr. Joseph. If I can get everybody's attention on the screen, This next, we have 2 more questions left, and there will be a timer coming up. When you see that timer, you have 1 minute. There's going to be 1 minute. I'm gonna monitor myself. Then on your last minute, I'm going to put this up. When that's over, I'm going to put the time's up sign. Then we're going to move on. If somebody has pushback, I'll give them 2 minutes as well. A 1 minute untimed. The second minute, you'll see the timer. And then last, because somebody pushed back, you'll have 1 minute for that last rebuttal to clear up your point. All right. So for these last 2 questions, we're going to move it like that with a 2-minute shot clock. And the last question.
Hang on, RShaun, can we give a shout out to Hanifa?
Oh, Hanifa's here. Oh,
yeah.
Hanifa.
We got to give a shout out to the queen.
Yes, Hanifa. Love you. Glad you are here. Now, me and Rico spent some time on this question earlier, but a lot of you were not here, or maybe you were listening in the back. Either way, we want to ask this now. Should men constantly addressing women be seen? Okay. Stop it. Okay. Should men constantly addressing women be seen as bashing or misogyny if many women are hurt emotionally by the criticism? All right. Now, we're going to go from left to right and then, go down. So should men, the constant criticism by men, should that be seen as bashing? Should that be seen as misogyny? Everybody understand the question? I see Sheree's face. Let's
do it.
All right, cool. Rico, you go first. The clock starts now.
Let me unmute. Absolutely, because that's what it is. They call it accountability, and I call it judgment. That's what they're doing. The constant unnecessary repeating over and over and over, and I'll let I used to call it complaining, being the when I'm saying the B word-ing, bitching. It's like you said what you said. They're not receiving it. Let it go. Move on. Find a more receptive audience to whatever your message is. And I would say the same thing if you're talking to guys. So the constant repetitive over and over nature. So where I hear, when we were talking earlier about the submissive, and they'd be like, oh, women not submissive. If she's not submissive, she's not submissive. You can't beat a woman into submission. Find a submissive woman. Move on to a different space. So men like to repeat over. Well, not all men. This is just a generalization that I'm speaking of. And we're speaking of in particular to the red pill community, because they seem to think like I'm traditional, so all women should be traditional. I'm like, all women are not traditional. Maybe half of them are. You got to find the half that is. That's the half you get. The other half, leave the hell alone. You don't need to bash a modern woman about being traditional, because she ain't traditional, and you're not going to make her. So if you continue to do it, and then the bashing, you call it accountability. No, you're judging her for not being what you think she should be. She's just not going to be that. Find what you want and move on. And it's just in a space where, there you go, Mr. R'Shaun. People don't want the truth. That's your truth. That's not their truth. And you can't make your truth be someone else's. That's it.
All right, Queen, what you got?
Yeah, I think it's a way to have the conversation without judging and attacking each other. And I think when you want to have a conversation, you're open to the response versus just venting your bitterness and your hurt. So I think it's okay to have the conversation, but I think knowing the space you're coming from, but also knowing the difference between venting and having a conversation.
That it?
That's it.
All right, sweet. Short and sweet. All right, Yella, what you got for it?
All right. So, no, it shouldn't be looked at as bashing and misogyny if we're having the conversation, because it's constantly being addressed. That's kind of the situation we in. we hear on both sides. We hear men complaining about women and women complaining about men. I just think the thing that takes women by surprise is that men actually choose to speak about it with them. And that might confuse them. Only because I say, you know, sometimes when you having a conversation, if you talking to a woman and she don't like it, she'll use what you're saying is bashing. She'll make what you're saying is bashing and misogyny to try to almost discount what you're saying, almost kind of like, you know what I'm saying, void out what you're saying, because now it's like, okay, no, that's not what I said. And then it almost turns into an argument. I think that's where the disagreements and the disconnects come in. So can some things that be said be misogynist and be bashing? Yeah, most definitely. But I also think that ideology of being bashing and being misogynist to women simply because you're having the conversation with them is where it starts to get kind of fuzzy. Because like I said, that whole idea can just be used to kind of shut down whatever the man is saying, regardless of if it's bashing or not. Cause I've heard you hear it all the time, like, well, you know what I'm saying, you act like a woman if you arguing with a woman or if you talking about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and say no, because it's all in the eye of the person you talking to.
All right. Sheree, what you got?
Um, this the first thing that came to my mind is the fact that I personally believe that when it comes to holding the opposite sex accountable, that should only be your partner that is doing that. Um, so that's why for me it was kind of interesting to even try to answer this question. I think having a healthy dialogue between men and women is still useful, just for the simple fact that some people do not get the opportunity to have a conversation with the opposite sex. If I grew up without a man in the house, or I grew up without having uncles and so forth, then having a conversation with another man and getting the perspective of what you guys think and want and like is going to be beneficial to me. Unfortunately, you do have some people who do not speak in a matter where it is beneficial because they're coming from whatever place, and it does become misogynistic and it becomes bashful. So I think that it's I think it can be bashing and misogyny if it's coming from a place of hurt, but it can only come from great criticism if it's coming from a place of growth and understanding. So I think that it more so comes from what is the intent, and that will allow you to know whether or not it is bashful or bashing a misogynist. So I pay attention to the intent, and that lets me know. But overall, I believe that women should check women, men should check men. And when we're having dialogue amongst each other, let's make sure that we understand that we're coming from a good place. And that's all I have to say.
Oh, that's fantastic. Look like we got some pushback from Chef. Let's hit it.
And I rarely ever have any pushback for Sheree be Chicago.
Yeah, we usually see eye to eye.
So here's what I say. I'm not saying that you're wrong. There's just two pieces to kind of flesh out. One of them is this, and every time I see you, for some reason, I talk about revolution, right? You just seem like a new revolutionary. But revolution, it's noise. Revolution is noise. It's people screaming out. You know the term, a hit dog or holler. So what you're hearing is barking. Sometimes a hit dog will bite your ass too. You know, it happens. So we can't. It's almost like when you hear about women that have been abused, and then people say, "Well, she could have did this, she could have did that. Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that?" When we talk about the men that have created that movement, those loud, boisterous voices, that's what they're doing, you know. And what it seems to happen is that people are somehow discrediting their pain. Do I feel that pain? Have I been negatively impacted by their pain? No. Some would say I have no dog in that fight. All I'm just saying is that those people, they have some pain that they're screaming out, and we can't discount it. You know, we really, really can't discount it. Can you hear me now, Dawn? All right. So pretty much that's it. The other point, I got another point. That was really where my head was at with that one. You know,
Ray, he been bullying me all night. We don't have to listen to him. He's a bully.
There you go. See, back on that beta. Let me stop. I'm joking.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
He's a damn bully.
Hey, Sheree, did you have any pushback on what he jumped in with?
Yes. So I understand where he's coming from, and of course we understand that when a conversation starts, hit dogs holler, right? So of course those things are going to happen. However, if you're coming from that place and you're talking to me as a woman, I am the example of your pain. So you're not going to be able to speak to me in a way where I'm going to even be able to help you. That is something that your brothers are going to be able to help you with. Other fellow men are going to be able to help you with. Other than that, I'm going to end up a punching bag. It's the same woman. It's the same thing if a woman sees nothing but her ex-husband who used to beat her, right? It's the same thing. So I think it's pretty dangerous when you do that, because men overpower us, and then you're going to create a whole nother format if that man has no control over himself and can't control his emotions. So I think it's dangerous when you start talking like that. I get where you're coming from, but I'm not your brother.
All right. I'm gonna yield a minute of my time to Chef to come back on that point.
No bullying.
Only you. But listen, what it is though, here's the thing. Y'all are asking, sis. Y'all are asking. When we're talking to the fellas and then we have those conversations, y'all have opinions. We're not coming into your zone. Well, I'm not saying we because I'm not part of that movement. When I say we as in men that may have a particular issue are not venturing into the flowers garden to speak on it. The men are in their own garden speaking on it. But what's taking in the rock garden, right? But what's happening is the flowers who are curious and want to know are venturing in there and stating that it's dangerous. Cis BM don't go to the ladies. MGTOW don't go to the ladies. Red Pill don't go to the ladies. The ladies go there.
All right, real quick, Sheree. I'm gonna give you my last minute.
DeMarco.
My last minute to reply to Chef, and then Marcus has some pushback for you.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, the reason why women are coming into the spaces is because we don't have any daddies in the house. So that is the reason why. Because if I had my daddy, I wouldn't want to come. What am I talking to you for? You know what I mean? He has the answers for me. My uncles have the answers for me. My cousins have the answers for me. But because we do not have that, that is the reason why. That's why I push for community, because I will ask my aunt to guide me to know how to love you. I will ask my father to show me and to tell me how to be treated by a man. That's why we're going over there. Is majority single mothers is overbearing the single fatherhood. So that is why we over here. So I say we need to fix the issue so we can stay away from y'all. Like in that sense, because when you guys get hurt, y'all listen, I'm serious. Those men that are hurt are dangerous. They're dangerous. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
All right. Now, Marcus, go ahead. You got 2 minutes to rebut Sheree's point yourself, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I probably won't take that long, but in all due respect, Lady Charisse, but the issue I think is not you, Sheree. My apologies. The issue isn't you. I think it's women, because women have these spaces where they can talk and vent. It could be somewhat toxic at times, like The Real, The Talk, The View, all these major platforms where women can go and talk to them, have certain asinine comments or like certain disparaging remarks. It's called open misandry. So that's the hatred and prejudice of men, and misogyny is the prejudice, contempt, and hatred for women. And usually, it's funny how women can twist it when a man wants a preference. If a woman wants to be like, hey, I want a Chad, a Tyrone, 6 foot, he makes a good amount of money, he's good looking, but I'm 250 pounds. Girls would be like, you go, queen, you're going to get it. Not helping the woman say, you know what, hey, lady, sweetheart, if you were to lose a few pounds, if you were to be more positive, don't walk around with the resting BF, you know? Try to keep it YouTube sensitive. And I think that's the issue. But when men have a platform, I understand you said a good point. Women don't want to go there because they don't have father roles or they did some bad choices. That's cool. That's partial accountability right there. I think that's the issue sometimes when men finally have a platform and an ability to speak, such as this right here, which I appreciate RShaun and Uncle Rico. And I think that's sometimes the lost in translation issue. And I think maybe if we can just hear each other out as opposed to getting triggered by certain words or preferences or time to time, I think that's the major issue right there.
All right, I see Mr. Best popped up. What's going on, sir?
Say it then, my boy. Say it then. I'm with that, Marcus.
I got something to say. Yellow, what up, baby? You know what I mean?
What's
Sheree,
good,
what
brother?
up? I see you, girl.
Much
Got
love.
Red
Much
on.
love.
Chicago Bully, I see you. Know what I mean? Victor Freeze, 100 Watch Chef, what up, baby?
Yes.
Marcus
What's
Stanley,
good?
what up, man? Oh, man. All right, look. I'm answering this question.
What's up,
I'm saying a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? Had to take my little treatment real quick. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's that time you gotta take a little treatment, keep yourself going. But yeah, man, listen. All right, look. You know what I mean? And it's going it may just make it a little crazy, but I don't care. You know what I mean? Look, men, because we're leaders, we gotta be able to check any and everybody. You know what I mean? We gotta be able to, because we have to bring leadership and guidance to the land. I know a lot of men don't want to do it, or sometimes a lot of women don't want to receive it, or sometimes men don't want to receive it. But we got to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, when we were doing that before, when we were making sure that things were set a certain way in our communities, we were making sure that certain illegal things were not going on in our community. When we were setting structure, we was in a household, we was making sure our kids were disciplined, our woman was taken care of, the bills was accounted for. When we was doing those things, and we were setting the guidelines and rules, things were a lot different in our communities. A whole lot different. You know what I mean? A whole lot different. But now we see everything is just out of control. You know what I'm saying? I do like the fact that the furniture and Oh, okay. Oh, she said she want to be able to decorate the house. Okay, I got you, sis. I got you. I feel her. She's talking about decorating, RShaun. I don't know if you get that. Yeah. She's saying that's like what women love to do. Okay, cool. Anyway, thanks, Anissa. Much appreciated.
Bro, you cooking, man. Keep going.
I know I'm cooking. Thank you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Like we gotta be able to do it. I think that sometimes, yes, the men in the red pill community, sometimes they take it left. Sometimes the men in the manosphere take it left. Yes, we know that, but it is needed. Men's voices need to be heard. For so long, we haven't really said anything, or we said something. It was a lot of times it was based on a bunch of nothing. You know what I mean? Dudes trying to be cool or trying to set trends instead of actually making statements that can impact and help the community. So if it's about impact and help the community, yes, be that man, be that leader, be that king, man. Step up to the plate. You know what I mean? Because there's too many deadbeat daddies, there's too many real niggas, there's too many of that other bullshit that's holding us back, man. And I'm just tired of that shit. Like, let's be real men. You want the title as a man, but you don't want to live as a man. It can't go both ways. You gotta earn the title. You know what I mean? We you know, it's okay, cool. You can ask women what they bring to the table, and I get it. Yes, ask that if you're gonna want to marry a woman, or you'll give her half of your money and resources and everything in your name and all that. I get all that. You know what I mean? But in the same instance, you as a man gotta bring that leadership and guidance and that love to the table too. It can't just be when it's just all about you, and you just talking about women. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be both ways, man. So that's really the end all be all to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna slide to the back end. Yeah, matter of fact, I'll give anybody a chance to rebuttal my statement.
Salute, Mr. Best. My rebuttal is next time, watch the timer.
I am the timer. No, I'm joking.
Oh God. Oh God.
Salute.
All right, we're going with Vic next on the question. Let me pull it back up. Let me see where we at. Boom. Should be Vic and then Watts and then Stanley.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you.
Check me out, right? Y'all ever seen that television series called The Biggest Loser? Would you say that they're fat shaming or BBW bashing?
No, because they came on there fat to lose weight.
Okay. Jillian Michaels had an exchange with a Spanish woman. And she said, "What's wrong?" And the Spanish woman kept saying, "Nothing." She said, "Why are you here if nothing's wrong?" But in that question lies all the answers. And sometimes it's hard to see. But in a case like that, we feel sorry for those people who are having a hard time with their weight. And we understand that they volunteered to go get help, and it's going to be a rough process. And we encourage them and we cheer them on, even when they react adversely, even when they sneak and steal food and don't make weight. We hope they can get another reprieve and try again. These conversations are for single people. They're not for married people, people with, "I got a man." You got a man, why are you here? You should be listening to him or telling him what to do, one or the other. But you ain't got no business here. So if you ain't single, this conversation is out of your forte. You found what you wanted. You made a choice already. So as for the single people, you actually got a problem. That's why you here. Otherwise, you'd be on a date instead of on YouTube. Be real with yourself. Stop playing with the information. Take the information, do what you need to do with it. I understand that it's not pretty, but it's not bashing. It's help. And if you don't see it as help, that just your eyes playing tricks on you.
All right, Vic. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's get Watson and Shep. I had to put everybody back in order so I can remember the flow. Watson and Shep, and Stanley, then Marcus.
Bring that fire, Watts. Bring that fire.
I think the first part and the most important part of this is your communication style. Just because you raw don't make it right. Just because I'm being real with what I say don't mean that it's right. You know what I'm saying? Just because like it's just your communication style is very important when it comes to having these conversations, because we all understand, especially the skin tone that all of us up here on this panel have. We understand undertone, right? We understand what that means. So when you're speaking with a certain undertone, you're bashing, you're being misogynistic on purpose. You're intentionally speaking with a way to hurt someone's feelings. So when you're doing that, then yes, you need to sit your ass down. But the reality of the situation is like I think like Hanifa said, right? We've seen it plenty of times. It'd be a basketball court full of men, and we'd be out there having a good time, having a nice game, everybody talking how we want to, and then 2, 3 women pop up. Oh, why you gotta talk like that? You don't need to say that about women. We was having a good time before you showed up, but y'all came in here and fucked it up. You wanted us to change how we were moving for you. And because you wanted us to change how we were moving for you, you're ignoring who we really are. You're ignoring how we're really wired, how we're really built. And then you're wondering why we can't connect, because you're trying to make me something that I'm not. You're trying to get me to portray myself in such a nice, soft, delicate manner because you're a flower. Nah. Like if you want me, you have to understand how it is that I operate and how it is that I move. And men have to communicate that because clearly it's been a disconnect between what it is that we're looking for and what it is that y'all think that we want. There's been a disconnect for way too long. So there has to be some kind of communication between the two of us in order to be able to bridge that gap. And that's all I got.
Beautiful, beautiful. What's up with it, Chef?
No bullying.
Hey,
Low simmer, you got that on the low.
Hey, Chef, let me borrow 10 seconds. That's all I need.
Go ahead, man.
I just want to clear up. Misogyny is the hatred of women. Misandry is the hatred of men. I don't think that's what we're talking about in this conversation.
I explained that earlier. Yeah.
That's all.
All right. Go ahead, Chef.
I'm gonna say this. I say stuff the long way.
Closer to the mic, Chef, so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I normally say stuff the long way, but I'm going to pretty much use what Hanifa had said earlier. It's like, yo, if you ask, then be ready to hear, regardless of the damn tone, man. You get what I'm saying? Man the hell up, bro. And sisters, if you walk into the lion's den, be prepared to hear the roar. Be prepared to hear the roar. Lions don't become lambs when lambs walk into the den. The lions eat the lambs. They don't become lambs. You know, they don't curtsy and bow to the lambs. Well, if we're at a point where we state that we can say this, we can say that, you know, even within this modern society, we're considered the most rude society, but at the same time, the most politically correct society. We ready to hold everybody accountable. We literally ask questions. We literally ask questions of people and then hold them accountable for the answer. There's a guy that I worked with at some point in the past. He was on a particular show and he was baited by the host and another person into answering a question he didn't ask. What does she taste like? Nah. What does she taste like? Right. Forced him into an answer, which originally was supposed to be baloney. So if you're asking the questions, you got to be prepared for the answer and understand it and take it because you asked for it.
Appreciate that insight, Chef. What you got, Mr. Joseph?
All right. All right. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we got you.
We can hear you, sir.
All right, cool. I want to answer the question, Lady in Red, about going to space because there's no fathers. As a woman, I think you forget also men don't have dads as well. So they're also going to this space trying to get some answers what it means to be a man. And sometimes for us, we need to have that safe space to go in. I'm a social worker. What people consider like a man is in pain, when he finally has a voice that other people can hear, you can mistake it as this person is dangerous as opposed to this person is hurt. This person got passion. This is the first time this person got a chance to be heard because they have not been heard before. And a lot of times we take these opportunities to actually hearing what someone is going through, and it's scary because guess what? It doesn't meet your own fantasy. And that's not on that person, that's really on you. Now, I will say this, with the voice stuff and the tonation and everything else, we gotta look at it as like this is just the first wave. It's not gonna be forever. It's just this how it's gonna be for right now. And that's it. Oh, one more thing though. I got one more thing.
All right.
One more thing. In 6 months, it's going to be June. Father's Day is not a second Mother's Day. I'm finished.
Boy,
You
man.
and your feelings about that shit, ain't you?
Hey, yo, I
Shots
respect
fired.
that,
I
yo.
Shots
don't
fired.
want no
Respect that, yo.
socks.
Throw something else for me, yo.
Appreciate you sticking up for
Hey,
us.
but I gotta
Appreciate
go.
it.
I gotta go to work. But I'll listen to you guys on the way to work.
Look here, on Father's Day,
Appreciate
get your ass on the grill and stop complaining.
I don't cook. You take me out.
You're gonna get your ass on the grill with me.
I don't cook. You take me out.
I don't
I
either,
won't-
but our ass gonna be on the grill.
All right, Rico.
No, I'm going to the IHOP. Take me to the buffet.
Mr. Joseph, did you say you were getting ready to head out?
Yeah, I have to go to work.
All right, did you have a channel you need to shout out or anything? Just let everybody know where to find you.
Oh, sure. Oh, I forgot to give out one person. Sensei, what's up? He's another guy to follow. Follow me on Stan Formation on Instagram or Big Herc 510.
Perfect.
You can follow me on there, and I'll give you guys the link on there, and I'll send the link to Mario too on where to find everybody that they want to talk to, and that's it.
Drop it in the
You
chat.
guys have a good night, and I'll listen to you guys on the road.
Mr.
Appreciate
Joseph,
it. Have a good night.
drop your channel in the chat.
Be safe at work.
Oh, I will. I will, guys. All right, bye. And be nice to people. Listen, Rico.
Okay, I'll try.
All
So
right, stop.
drop your channel in the chat.
All right, we'll do. Stop being a Puerto Rican. All right, bye.
Jesus.
Oh Lord. Mr. Rodriguez, what you got for us, sir?
Just gonna piggyback off what 100 Watts said. You know, women are the flower. Men want to come home to a flower, peaceful woman, and then men have to be the rock. But in order for men to be the rock, you got to toughen up and you got to understand that life isn't fair, and it's all about choices and what you tend to do with these trials and tribulations when you go through them. And for women as well, like just make sure you be there for each other, supportive. That's basically it. I don't really have much.
Okay. Oh wait, am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you back.
Okay.
Can
Yeah,
I
my
just
connection is about to...
jump in for 1 second to say thank you for everybody for participating in that question. We were going to skip over it. Push RShaun to do it, and I'm so happy I did. You know, we went over a little bit longer, but I just feel like we got a lot of conversation, a lot of thoughtfulness, a lot of content. Just because we were going to skip over it, but I love getting all the feedback that I got from everybody on the panel, the people that are still here, people that left. It was solid to me. So personally, not RShaun, even though he set me up, I liked what I heard from Chef, from Yella, from 100 Watts, from Vic, from Queen, everything, you know, because again, certain questions I don't have the answer on. I can ask a question and y'all can educate me. So I appreciate to each and every one of you that did tonight. And thank you.
Fantastic. Look at you being all diplomatic. All right. We're going to do question number 12. And again, same format, left to right, top to bottom. We'll start with Rico. Does this constant criticism that we were just talking about further harm the ethnic image of both the men criticizing their women publicly and the women they say they are helping? Rico.
So, I mean, basically, when you know me, RShaun, you send me the questions. I think about them and try to come up with something, you know, constructive and positive. And the place where I landed was I kind of feel like it does. And I'm not saying that I think it's intentional. I just think that that's the impact of it. You know, because for me, I think it's putting our dysfunction on public. You know what I'm saying? It just like black men don't like black women don't like black men, and we're publicizing. But I think we've done it before YouTube. I think we did it with the Real Housewives of Atlanta, LA, and all this other reality TV garbage and every other thing that we could do to make ourselves public celebrities, we've done. And usually the unfortunate part is we usually do it in a way that's to a detriment to our community. So I find it to be very harmful. I find it to be very distasteful. But I also know that, like, look, these young guys that come behind me, they trying to get on. And if they got to get on doing this, then that's what they got to do. The only thing I would say is this, is what's hurt for me the most is that the way I hear Black men and Black women speak about each other with disdain, and probably what hurts me the most is I know that we are not the first choice for any other race other than each other. So I don't care as a Black man. I'm a Black man married to a woman of other ethnicity. I know for a fucking fact, other than my wife, I'm not the first choice to her race. To her race, I'm not the first choice. I might have been the first choice to her, but to her race, fuck no, they ain't checking for Black men. Black women are checking for me first. Full stop. And I know that. And that hurts me. And I will never talk down to them, because I can say, okay, I can date outside my race, but Black women are always checking for me first. And I'm not going to crap on them. Period.
I was going to say Latino women love chocolate bars. Latino women love chocolate bars.
No. They may love us, but guess what, Marcus? They love y'all ass more. You can cut that out. I have a wife from El Salvador.
All right, Rico. Time's up.
That's it. Time's up.
All right, Yella. Where you at?
All right. Yeah, I'm here. Does the constant criticism further harm the ethnic image of both the men criticizing their women publicly and the women say, okay, I missed the question. All right, cool. All right, say they help her. Okay. I would say no, because for this space, I don't think nobody really pay attention to what's going on over here. I think it's big to us because it mattered to us. You know what I'm saying? I think our ethnic image is hurt on some way other shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be like that, but rappers got chicken sandwich meals and shit. That's like where we at now. You know what I'm saying? I think we could do a lot better, but I ain't knocking they hustle. You know what I mean? Just hottie sauce. That's all I gotta say. But you know what I mean? It's like, I ain't trying to be like that, but it's
hold on, bro. I got pushback. We're not gonna breeze by that. What is the hottie sauce?
Meg the Stallion sauce with Popeyes. Meg the Stallion got a special sauce with Popeyes.
Stop it. Stop his time. We gotta talk about this shit. What the hell is going on in America?
That's what I'm saying, man. That's
Meg
what I'm
the
saying.
Stallion
Like,
sauce?
yeah, bro.
I quit.
She got a sauce at Popeyes, man. Love that chicken.
Do you see what's going on in your community? This shit gotta stop, bro.
What you talking about?
Real, man. Come on the other side of the street, man. We gotta stop this shit, man. Let's get out of control. That's it.
You busy chasing Kevin. You busy chasing Kevin. You got all kind of chicken sandwiches.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna speak one way, I'm gonna speak the other, because I'm gonna talk about the Cornell Hayes Jr. meal that's at Burger King. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't think that don't think the pandemic ain't hurt them rich pockets too.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know anything about that, but I know that no matter when, like you said, when the pandemic and certain things hit, all kinds of fucked up shit come out of through all kinds of, you hear crazy stuff come out of Asian communities, Hispanic communities, Jewish communities, Italian communities. You can find these ethnic tropes all over the country. Do we not agree with that? Do we think that it's just Chicago only?
Yeah,
Everywhere. You can find that shit
in
in
the
LA.
same, but in the same contrast,
Mhm.
like, and this ain't no disrespect, Marcus, but in the same contrast, you know what I'm saying, I ain't never see the Enrique Iglesias meal at Taco Bell.
Yeah, but you also ain't seen too many black people that own a fucking Taco Bell either.
I ain't seen too many black people on Popeyes either.
Huh?
I was gonna say, I think I was gonna say Magic Johnson. I think just bought some Mexican joints not too long ago.
Probably.
And a couple of them.
That's the only reason.
Man, Magic own everything. The food don't count, man.
Look.
He own everything.
Make it clear. There's no excuse for it anywhere. And everywhere you see this racist trope, no matter what community from, that shit need to be attacked and destroyed.
Well, I have another saying. It's very healthy. It's called, once you go brown, you'll never frown. That's my saying.
Okay. Everywhere you see a racist trope.
Get your man's,
Okay, he came ready, bro. He said chocolate bars. We going back to Browntown. Okay, I hear you, bro.
All I'm saying is, for me personally, everywhere I see a fucked up racist trope, I attack it. Full stop. I spare no one. But I ain't in Chicago, so I don't know what they're doing in Chicago. I'm telling you, on the East Coast, we don't see that shit. Now, Chicago's the Midwest. On the East Coast, New York on down, Chef, you from New York. That shit gonna rock out of New York, Chef. Somebody gonna sit there and gonna make a point to make an issue about that, right or wrong.
Make an issue about what now?
I'm saying that the thing that Yellow was talking about. If that was in New York City, somebody gonna get in their ass about it. They're not even gonna try to.
That was just a quick. That was a quick joke. That was a quick joke. Let's get back.
Oh,
let's go back home.
All right.
Yeah.
I took it serious. See?
No, it was. I mean, you know, it was just. It was just, you know, it was just thrown in as an example. But you know what I'm saying? The hottie sauce is nationwide, though. You know what I'm saying? Go get y'all some, man. That shit good.
Well, you know how we feel about hot sauce.
Yeah, man. You can probably make it twerk better too.
I'm the token Mexican guy here, so believe me. Yeah, I know a lot about salsa. Muy picante. Dale. You know what I'm saying?
So stop fucking with me, Victor Freed. You calling me to the carpet about a joke.
Bruh. You took the bait, Rick. I didn't mean for you to go.
I fell for that shit. You know I'm fucking old. Stop fucking with me. I'm so old and slow.
Oh man.
But no, I was just gonna finish up by saying, man, it's far more other things that we got to worry about as far as our ethnic image, man. What we talk about is trying to fix male to female relations, and this motherfucker is the least I worry. So.
It's on you, Chef.
Chef Cappuccino or Chupino. Let's go.
Cappuccino. That's funny. I like that one. I might have to change that one.
Get his ass.
You got to reconnect the mic.
There you go, Chef. Market that. Brand that. Make hats, make shirts, sweaters, whatever you got.
Yeah. I just feel like in terms of the conversation itself, I feel as though we're conflating so much. And it almost feels as like we're bouncing from here to bouncing from there. Like in terms of Rico was saying, you know, you don't hear them talking about this, that, and the other. You don't hear them talking about fixing their own community either. You don't hear what they're talking about when you say them, the others, whoever's not us. You don't hear them talking about anything because they have a way of communicating. And in almost every sense of the word, the traditional structure of those particular groups of people are a bit more strict than ours. Traditional and strict. I know I got 45 seconds, so I'm going to go back to a previous point you meant, Rico, and I just felt like, I just want to say it was bullshit, all right, with all due respect, all right? When you said that you can't expect to be considered the man with 100% responsibility if you're not paying 100% of the bills. There's people, and we have a Mexican brother, a brother that from the family from south of the border that came through here, bro. Just because they don't have that money, Maria made more than Julio, but she's still going to treat Julio like the boss of the home. And if her math is better than him, Julio is allowing her to handle this and that because he's the boss. They don't say because one makes less that he gets no respect. Anybody?
Okay, that's good.
Oh wait, I thought that was rhetorical. My bad.
Oh no, I wasn't asking the question.
I was confused.
It just got quiet. I was like, damn.
No. We didn't know you were paying attention to the timer, but that's good. So we're gonna turn it over to who is it? Who's up next? Is it you, Mr. Marcus? I mean, Chef, who were you replying to, Mr. Marcus? No one.
I mean, I could go if anybody isn't ready yet.
We'll let Mr. Marcus go, and then we're gonna do final thoughts from everybody. So we'll start with you, Mr. Marcus. Then we're gonna go to Queen Forever, Yella, Chef, Just Vic, and then 100 Watts. So we'll do it in that order. So we'll start with you, Mr. Marcus, since you're in the middle.
Can you repeat the question?
All right, what was what?
I'm sorry. We run through all the questions. So the last question was, does the constant further criticism, everybody gave their thought on how it harms the ethnic image of both the men and the women criticizing the community publicly. Unless you have any pushback to what Chef said.
No, I never gave my thoughts on that.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna go into you, Vic.
I'll just mute myself. Yeah. My bad.
Go ahead and mute yourself, Mr. Marcus. 100 Watts, did you give your thoughts?
I think the bottom two rows, I don't think anybody in the bottom two rows did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Then I apologize.
Yeah, some people had dropped off, so the rotation changed up.
That's what threw me off. Okay, so the top row gave. So we're going to go with you, Vic. Then we're going to go to Marcus. We're going to go to Queen. And then we're going to come down 100 Watts. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Vic.
I think it's a simple answer on my behalf. Does it hurt our ethnic image? To the handful of people who are watching it, it may. But is it worth the cost? I think it is, and it's temporary, and the benefit outweighs the risk of somebody having a hurt feeling versus somebody actually having a great outcome and a good life. Short and sweet enough.
All right, seems like we're having like a moment of silence here.
Queen next. Yes.
But one question I want to push back and ask you on, Vic. So you content with that the public display or the public conversation of our ethnic image outweighs any potential harm?
Where's the potential harm?
I'm just asking. It's a question.
I'm asking a question.
Well, I don't know. I think possibly the public dialogue about our negative. If black men are talking about black women and black women are talking about black men publicly in the public sphere, so other communities on the outside are looking at it like, oh shit, black men are shitting on black women are shitting on black men publicly. If we're fixing something, I'm like, hey, we're fixing something. I don't care. But are we fixing anything, or are we just shitting on each other publicly? Is the question that I'm asking. Are we just pointing out our problems, or are we actually fixing our problems?
I'm gonna answer your question with a question.
Okay.
Maury Povich.
Okay.
Is that ruining the image of white women?
It could be. I never thought about it that much, but I mean, could people start looking at white women in a bad way based on the Maury Povich shit? If it was predominantly white women, and I don't even know if his show is predominantly white women,
it's mostly black.
How about karate movies? Is it too much Asian on Asian violence?
All I'm saying is,
okay, now, come on now.
Funny. No, seriously, listen, guys. It's funny that we're laughing.
Like, why are you fighting in front of us?
But the reality is,
everything's a joke.
If you have a show in a certain ethnicity, is the public display of that ethnicity in a negative light bad if it's not solving anything? That's the question that's being asked. That's all the question is. It's like, you know what I mean? Are we making ourselves a reality TV for no purpose?
Pretty much.
That's the question.
I just don't think there's enough saturation in the market, period, for it to make any real lasting effects at all, other than to the people who consume it right now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the question was framed the right way so everybody could answer it correctly. And you did, I mean, at least to the best of your ability, and that's fine. So we'll go to Queen. But that's what I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right, cool. All right, thank you, Rico.
We just got this last row to do, and then we're done, M3.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, no problem.
I think it does negatively affect us, especially when there's no resolution or resolve in the forefront. It's just criticism, put down, attacks, belittling. It does. It all has a negative effect because, you know, there are other ethnicities that are watching. And so when you treat each other like trash, what you think the result of it's going to be? That's just my thing. If it's to come together and talk, it's just like women having a decent conversation without being catty and attacking and actually believing in one another. No one wants to see that. It's not good for business. They want to see us at each other's throat. They want to see us attack each other, be catty and messy and backstabbing, because that's what the narrative thinks of us. So yeah, it does. I do think it affects our image in a negative way when there's no resolve or no resolution. So yeah, that's just me.
Awesome. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for blessing us with your wisdom. We're gonna go to
I'll make a super short pushback.
Who?
Of course,
Who's that?
always.
That's Vic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Vic.
The only thing I would push back is that if we would classify what they're doing as bashing or shitting on or any other term you would put on it, I would say that they do that equally across the board for women in general, which is why the term misogyny even comes up, because it's just for women in general. They actually encourage men to generally date outside of their race to increase their dating pool. So it's not just a black woman bashing. Kevin Samuels focused on that in particular because he was focused on the black community. He admits that. But other than that, most of the red pill guys don't isolate to black women at all.
Okay, excellent. And I do agree with that. I do find the red pill content to be not race exclusive. Actually, to be honest with you, black women seem like the least amount that they pay any attention to because they don't seem to be interested in them. But thank you for pointing that out, Vic. That's a very valid point. Can we go to Brother Marcus?
All right, yeah, I'm here. So
And
I
let me
agree.
just say this. Let me just say this real quickly. In addition to giving your comment on the, well, go ahead, give your comment on the question. We'll do a quick wrap up before we close, just where everybody can get a minute. But go ahead, Marcus, just to the question.
Okay, so I believe it shouldn't be taken that far to that extreme. Could it? It could possibly, absolutely, depending on how the person perceives and takes it. That's on that individual. It could be whether for Latinos, for Latino men with Latin women, Black men for Black women, etc. So yeah, I think that right there is the issue. It's how you take it and how you feel about it. But you be try to be more open and aware about it. Men, they date for like Baskin Robbins, say like 31 flavors. 1 minute you're craving Chinese food, the other day you're craving Italian, Mexican, whatever, continental. So it just depends, And I have another saying: once you go white, you might get your credit right. But that's just me.
Oh gosh.
This man here,
But
get your
Please don't do
man's
that.
beat.
yeah,
Get your
but
man's beat.
That's
hey,
that's hecka foul.
but I love Black women. I love Latino women.
Who's
I love
black?
sexy. Only if she's
That's
sexy, I don't
foul.
mind it. She's attractive, if
That's
she's feminine and
foul.
respectful. Hey, I like
Once you
chocolate
go
too.
white, you
So
might get an STD.
You
How
red
that's
about
true.
pill
that?
That
all
is
the way
true.
on.
That is true. No, I'm not red pill. I remember red pill. I'm
Oh,
equal opportunist for women. I'm equal opportunist. If she's sexy, she's respectful, she treats my family good, I'm good with her, and she can cook.
my brother from another mother. Okay, we're gonna go to. I think he white. He might be right. 100 watts.
I'm definitely not white. Yeah, no. No, but I'm gonna make this quick. Look, if we're gonna say that this is harmful, right? I mean, with anything, there's gonna be people in there that's gonna use it to saturate it and they take advantage of capitalism and everything like that. If we're gonna say that all of this is negative, then I need Chef to delete his page. Knowledge and relationship, go ahead and delete yours. I'll delete mine. Yellow, go ahead and delete your page. If we're gonna say that all of this is harmful, you know what I'm saying? A common phrase that I hear is we need to have conversations in house. There's really no way for us to literally have conversations in house for real, like based on how far spread out we were. We got California all the way over to New York, Virginia, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? Like it's people from all over this country sitting here having these conversations. You feel me? So, to have these conversations, platforms like this are necessary. People are definitely going to take advantage of it. And if you pay attention to the people that are taking advantage of it, then yes, it's going to be harmful. I do agree with the point that Yellow made about, we got bigger things to worry about. You know what I'm saying? They're like, to see Black people fighting in line at Popeyes because they came out with a new chicken sandwich. Like, I do agree that there are other things that are more damaging. I do think that this is helpful because of platforms like Knowledge and Relationships. I spoke about, the communication skills, Knowledge and Relationships, the way y'all have conversations over here on Chef Shapino page when the Nighthawks come together, the way that we construct our conversations. I believe that these are helpful. So I'm gonna say that this is what we need. This is what we need.
All right, excellent. If you could give your closing words, we'd appreciate it because we need to shut down the stream. I thank you for coming out, to everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. You guys have been great. You give me great supporting on our second stream. So, Queen, if you want to give your closing words, and then we'll sit there and we'll close out the stream, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, all I need is 2 minutes after Queen. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let Queen go, then we come straight to you, Chef. Go ahead, Queen.
Hi, you can follow me on Queen Forever 2K, no longer 21. Oops, not living in the past. And you can see me on Knowledge and Relationships platform. I just want to say, conversations are great. Having the hard conversations, having enlightened, filled conversations. And, I come on these streams always to learn something new, to give my opinion, and to, bless you with my flowery presence. So enjoy and look forward. I have some amazing things in the brew with Shirabi Chicago. And yeah, we about to turn these streets upside down. Have a good night.
May the token Mexican jump in here? Can I jump in that podcast?
Drop your stream in the private chat before you go on your way out. Hang on, Marcus. I'm going to let Chef go, then I'm going to come straight to you, if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I just wanted to share something real quick. It's only 2 minutes. It was based on something that you and I discussed, Rico, and it was extremely important. And it's free use protected at this point, so you good.
I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
You got to add it to the screen.
Oh, I don't have control. I don't know how to do all that.
Who has control?
That's usually RShaun. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. Well, yeah, hold on 1 second, I got you.
Okay.
But I think it's kind of critical
I mean, that's fine. I just don't know the technical know-how. So I don't want you to think that I'm not trying to do it.
Oh no, you that dude, Rico. Come on.
No, I relied on him to be in the mastermind, like you. So,
let Marcus go while you figure it out.
Yeah,
Chef.
go ahead. Go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
We good.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say I appreciate the platform. I appreciate you all, and respect to a lot of the elders and OGs and the lovely ladies. And 100 Watt shout out to you. You know, Chef Chia Pet, I love you. You know.
Thank
you, Marcus.
Chef Chia Pet, much love.
I like your style.
Much love. 100 watts, I call him 100 shots. 100 watts, I call him 100 shots. I got you, man. Shout out.
You
Much
remind
love
me
to
of
you.
my homie Cuervo's Tacos.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Nothing but love. These are all just jokes, you know. We only live once. Hey, but I appreciate what you guys do. Much love and prosperity. So I will be heading out, but thank you so much.
Hey, Marcus, Marcus, thank you for coming through. It's very important to hear your voice of reason, your voice of perspective, giving us that down south flavor. And we couldn't do this without you. I've seen you on a couple other streams. I think it's very important. And you know, I know you gave a little bit of your backstory, but I just want to say thank you for coming out, supporting me and RShaun on our second stream. We couldn't do this without you. Please come back next Wednesday. We'll do our final of the red pill, and especially because of the way that you broke down all the other pills that no one knew about. That should be solid and very informational, because I will admit I don't know, but you my guy. You got VIP privileges here, Marcus, okay?
Oh no, man, I'm just the average Joe. So anytime anybody's willing to ask.
You educate me. So when these guys checking my ass for talking out the side of my ass, I can be like, Marcus told me, so I ain't got to listen to y'all asses. Because he knows.
Well, just make sure your ass ain't too sore, Uncle Rico. I just don't want your ass too sore.
I try not to. Because I know Marcus be deep in them streets. Marcus deep in them Peel streets. And that's good shit. That's what I want. Somebody that's deep in them streets. So when I'm arguing with Just Vic and he jumping on my ass, we're like, I talk to Marcus. I ain't got to listen to your ass.
So, much love to shout out to Just Vic. Shout out to Chef Chiachino or Chipino. Shout out to Twitch TV Yellow.
Make sure you hit the Nighthawks and sub to them, because them guys is good and deep, and you can hang with them.
Come check us out, bro.
Yeah, wait, whose channel is it again? Whose channel?
Nighthawks.
That's on Chef Chipino's page.
Chef, shout out your page, Chef.
Yeah, shout it out.
It's me, Chef, and 100 Watts.
They good. They had their ass up all night.
Because 100 Watts has one right it's called Finesse Visions. Finesse Visions. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it.
And then my page is called Chef Chipino. That's where we do the Nighthawk show.
I got you.
They fucking vampires and don't sleep. That's what I'll tell you. They don't fucking sleep.
I got you. There's a reason why we're nocturnal, man. We're nocturnal. We hungry.
They don't fucking
Rico's the guy running around with the torch.
Right. But thank you, Marcus.
All right, I'm out. Good night, guys.
Did you get that done?
Yeah, I got you. I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead. You go ahead and put it up so you can do your thing.
I just want to clarify, I'm not a racist. I do have a friend named Cuervo's Tacos, and he drives a Saline, and he don't sleep either.
This motherfucker.
I'm dead ass serious.
You good, Chef, or you want me to let Yellow go? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Yellow.
because you're not running the stream, so you're not running the stream right now, bro.
No.
So
I'm just talking.
The person who's running the stream would have to allow me to share. So
let me hit M3. Go ahead, Queen. You go ahead and go.
No, I already went. I'm good.
Yellow, you want to go?
Yeah, I can go ahead. This is Yella. I'm never starting a YouTube page, but you can always come find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Yella, Y3LLA_. Everybody need to be a little nicer in 2022. I'll go with that. We ease up on the ladies a little bit. Ladies, y'all ease up on us. But you still gonna get the truth. Yeah, and I just can't stop that at the end of the day. But I would try to be nice.
Be nice.
Maybe.
Next time I'm gonna have a better crack story for your ass. You've been messing with me all week. I think I gotta get it. You got me.
That's fine. I'm gonna let everybody know that we did start the foundation. We started the GoFundMe.
I love you, brother.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna holler at y'all later.
Have a good night, sir.
Hey, good to have you on board, Yellow.
Yes, sir.
All right.
M3, you running the stream. Chef wanted to show something, but you run the controls in the background. RShaun got locked up. He didn't pay his fucking internet bill or some shit.
Yeah, it's all good. What? It was something you wanted to show, Chef?
Yeah, I just wanted to share something. It was in 2 minutes and change. It was based on something from the last episode and this episode, just to clear something, because I know they're going to have another one. So I want to make sure we eliminate a certain piece of information. You feel me?
Yeah, sure.
So if you give me the ability to share, I'm going to drop that file when you're ready.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and try to share it and see if it'll pop up.
While y'all working on that, I'll just go ahead and do my piece.
You live an interesting life. I mean, you're 34 working in the warehouse. What do you?
Okay, all right. You want me to play it?
Go ahead, play it. My fault. I thought it would take a little bit more.
That's all good. Let me put fair use. This is Kevin Simmons material. So
are you living an interesting life? I mean, you're 34 working in the warehouse. What are you doing that's interesting?
I mean, I like to work out.
Okay.
I mean, I like to go out, places and visit places and stuff.
Okay, what are you doing this interesting?
People?
See, I didn't have none of that when I was a kid, man. I didn't go to my proms and nothing like that.
And at 34 years old, that's your responsibility to address. It's nobody's concern but your own. No one cares what you did not have. That's your problem. That's it. I didn't have a father. That's my problem. Everybody got something. How tall are you?
I'm only 5'5". Just turned.
What kind of shape are you
in? I'm overweight. Working on it right now.
Okay. You got two struggles already. You can't be short and fat. About how much do you make a year?
40,000.
Yeah. And how old are you? Almost 40. So you're underemployed too.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right, bro. So short. Don't have to worry about that. But your weight and your money. With your confidence.
Oh.
Why would the female of the species want to take your genes and put them into the next generation? Should males like that in the animal world be able to mate?
No.
At 38 years old, is this where you thought you'd be in life?
No.
And what are you doing about it?
Working out.
No, you ain't working out. You're fat.
That's true.
See, this is why I have these conversations, because a lot of this stuff gets lost in the sauce when women start talking about women and these red pills and all this other kind of stuff. This ain't got nothing to do with women. See, at 5'5", you should be in shape for you. You have zero confidence, and you're a quitter. You're underperforming. And you lack ambition. You need to go enroll in martial arts or boxing somewhere and let somebody knock the shit out of you. You got a big dick?
Huh?
You have a big dick?
I mean, it's above average. I ain't no Ron Jeremy.
No. I asked you if you had a big dick. I didn't say it was above
fair
average.
Use, people. Fair
I don't
use.
know what that is, really.
You know if you got a big dick or not. Stop the bullshit. Every dude know whether or not he got a big dick. I know I got a big dick. You don't know? I mean,
You don't have a big dick. That's the point. You don't have a big dick. You don't have a big wallet. You're a fat dude. And you got a lot of nerve thinking you should get choosing singles at 5'10" and 300 pounds, making less than $1,000 a month at 20 years old. And women should approach you. What they get, they don't even get a big dick.
So now,
damn, he had to go out and carry that one.
So just to clarify, that was the conversation, Rico, and I saw you laughing your ass off too.
Chef, last week I said I didn't have a problem with him saying it.
No, Rico, you don't get to spoil this one. You don't get to spoil this one. I want to hear from Queen. Queen, what you think about that?
Wait, hold on. Before anybody continues or whatever, we got Mr. Best in the World here. What's up, Mr. Best in the World?
Best in the world.
I'm chilling. You already heard from me earlier. Queen, go ahead and rock out. Rock out, girl.
All right.
I was appalled. I think it was very disrespectful how he came at him. I mean, I don't know the contents of if the guy was saying that he deserves a certain type of woman, but to belittle and rip someone apart is not helping them. Giving them reality is a difference, but I ain't never heard of another man asking another man how big his penis is. I think that was just out of pocket. I don't subscribe to Kevin Samuels. Never have, never will. So I just think that wasn't cool at all. What's the point? And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Having hard conversations. You don't have to be disgustingly disrespectful either. And I don't agree with that. So yeah, I think that just made me not like him even more.
See, just Vic, you should have stayed with my ass. Because as I told you last week, I wasn't bent out of shape about it, and I did think it was funny. I did. I went with y'all.
I'm just curious where.
I just wanted her unadulterated answer.
I'm just telling you, I was on your side I wasn't on your side. I didn't have a problem with it last week. I don't have a problem with it this week because I had already saw it, and I did think it was funny. Now, I do also agree with her, but I also wasn't offended by it. I wasn't offended. You asked me last week, was I offended by it? And I said, no.
Right.
I got a question for Queen.
What's up?
Question for Queen. Queen, where in the world did he get an idea that women like men with a big Johnson? He didn't create that.
I didn't say he did. All I'm saying is that
talking about what women want, because the question was, sorry, I just did because you said about the context. I was supposed to get the context first. The guy came in. The show was about him being brutally honest to men and giving them the God's honest, hard truth, unadulterated. That's the essence of his show. So when people were saying, this is before he even got to the women, he wasn't even talking to women. This was what he was doing with men, giving them the unadulterated truth about what women are looking for. And the guy came in pissed off, complaining, talking about women aren't trying to holler at him. Women aren't trying to holler at him. So he asked him, so you're so upset, okay? And the dude was giving excuses. He said, you're so upset, okay, so tell me, what do you look like? What do you make? What is this? And then at one point he get annoyed. He's like, wait a minute. What the hell are you calling in asking me about? You getting mad that they're not approaching you? But you have 1, 2, 3. And then finally he's like, damn, you don't got enough. Like, at least, do you got a big dick? Because that's the Pookie and Ray Ray situation. That they laying it down. So at least, do you even got that? Which means that he even falls behind the Pookie and Ray Ray. We can't ignore the context.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, to each its own. But I would never subscribe to that kind of channel or rhetoric or back and forth because it's your opinion. It's one's opinion. You know, so yeah, I
You're
mean,
a professional,
I would never subscribe to him. I would never call in. His information doesn't affect me, and I don't like him. And it, even if the guy asks for it,
That's it.
I still don't like it.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
got you.
I
Because he's a
don't like
professional,
that kind of, I don't like that kind of back and forth, because eh, yeah, do I think some people need a reality check? Yes, but I don't believe in doing a center stage for it. So yeah, I'm not into that, you know.
So
Yeah. But
you would never call in for that. Now I'm about
I
to
would
say
never
something. It's
call
going to
in.
sound crazy, and this is the last thing I have to say. It's going to sound
Go ahead.
crazy. It's a question that you don't have to ask, but it's with all due respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a professional doing a TV show, and this man jumped in there knowing this professional, and he did it to other
Mm-hmm.
people before, knowing that this man gives the hard truth, and he jumped in there for the hard truth. I go to the gym for a personal trainer. There's gonna be somebody screaming at me, right? And here's the question that I leave you with, because you said it was so inappropriate. He's a professional. Would you have a problem with your gynecologist asking about your coochie? With all due
That's her.
respect, when I say it like that, it's a professional.
Yes, to a certain extent, depending on how they ask me, yes. Because there's a way to ask me and be respectable, even if you want to know the truth. There's a way to approach me, and it, you know, I don't believe in you being out of pocket just because you need an answer. There's a level of respect in every situation, and I believe whoever calls in to him deserves what they get because they decided to call in. That's not my cup of tea. So if you're jumping in a lion den, be be prepared for Mufasa and Simba to come at you. But that's not me. That's why I don't subscribe to it. I don't say that, oh, he's just the devil, but it's the people who choose to be part of that. So that's, they get what they get. But I didn't like it. I don't like that. I don't that's why I don't subscribe to that. I don't think anybody's pain or insecurities or shortcomings should ever be made and ridiculed and beat them down with it, because you never know what's going on. I come from
I
a
respect
mental
that.
health standpoint. So if you choose to do that, that's your choice, and they get what they get. But me, I
Okay.
don't subscribe to it.
Okay. Well, with that being said, we will have to definitely wrap this up. Gotta get ready for work tomorrow. Rico gotta get ready for his wife. And everybody already shout out your platforms. Did you guys do that already?
I'm cool.
Yes.
Shout out to y'all. Much love.
All right. Thank you guys, man, for tuning in. And so let me go ahead and first let me go ahead and shout out to Rico. Thank you for Rico and RShaun.
Yes, let me just take a moment to say thank you to each and everybody that showed up on the platform, on the channel, and everybody in the chat. We can't, myself and RShaun, we could not do this without you guys, and we really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day, your afternoon, your evening to hear our thoughts and how we feel about certain topics and subjects. We hope we had something to impart to you that you could take and you can go forward to improve upon your day. And if there's anything that we can do or anything that you would like to see us discuss moving forward, please reach out to Knowledge and Relationship. They'll be sure to feed it back to us. And we will try to take the time to put forward the next conversation in a decent and dignified and respectful manner. And all I can say to you is thank you for all your support. Much love. God bless. And have a great evening.
All right. Let me see. It says everybody always shout out the platforms. I'm going to go ahead and close this out, but let me go ahead and zoom in myself. So thank you everyone for tuning in to RShaun and Rico and RShaun. Thank you for tuning in to the Red Pill. Oh my gosh, I can't remember what the Red Pill Cultists. So thank you for tuning in to their YouTube channel. Well, look, I messed up already because I'm so tired. But anyways, thank you for tuning into their show here on Knowledge and Relationships. Definitely check back again next Wednesday. And just tune in to to check out like the rest of our content as well too, especially like for Thursdays and this Saturday we're gonna have the Dom show. It's gonna be very interesting with her and Luann. And Sunday we would definitely have the return of knowledge in the afternoon. So, anyways, let me go ahead and just wrap up because I am tired. So I definitely gotta make sure I get my mind right so I can get ready for work tomorrow. But with that being said, good night, everyone, and have a good one. Peace out. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in.